Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for GameCamp's main organizer and tonight's host, Alacris Devs.
Hey Game Boys and Girls and all assembled, coming to you live from the TalTech GameCamp YouTube channel and here on site at the beautiful Mektory, Estonia's biggest game development event, TalTech GameCamp 2025! Woo! So, today we're gonna have the educational part of this awesome event, which is the BootCamp. Any one of you wondering, what is a BootCamp? Do you guys know? Any hands? You all know? Okay, well, then you shouldn't be surprised if I showed you this. This is a boot camp. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Sorry, it's my bad literal humor. I did this with the Game Jam as well. And actually, to be fair, we're actually on our second boot camp. So comedy comes in twos or threes sometimes. But yeah, today is definitely going to be a very exciting day. We have a lot of cool lectures coming today, talking about game design, how to make a game feel good, engaging soundtracks, and which is the biggest hype for me especially, is that we have 2 practical workshops coming as well. So if you are planning to come to those workshops, then a laptop is, kind of necessary, especially for the last one, which is the Godot workshop. But what am I blabbering about? Anyways, let's go over the bootcamp schedule as well. Hopefully you guys can see. Yep, perfect. So I'm blabbering for like 3 minutes more about the event itself. Then we have Mikhail Fiadotau talking about game feel. Then we have Ahmed and Shenawy talking about designing difficulty in games. He's actually one of the first lectures that we had in our first game camp as well. So that's very awesome to see him as well. A bit of a break. Martin talks about the engaging soundtracks, another break. And then for the 1 p.m. workshop, we're going to move out from the hall to all of those rooms there. And then we're going to have the practical workshop from Juha. Then we're going to have a lunchtime. Lunch is going to be happening in the kitchen back there. Probably you already saw and took some coffee from the coffee machine as well. And you can use your lunch stamps. Then the second half of the workshop, to wrap it all up, then another break, then 2 talks that are Unreal Engine specific. Ramil, who is also a long-time mentor, will be talking to us about tips and tricks for jamming with Unreal Engine, as he's actually been a game jammer before as well. Then he can talk from his own experience, especially in GameCamp, but he'll tell more about that later. And then we have Suhaib talking about why, when, how, or how to optimize your game in Unreal Engine. And then a small break, and then our final day workshop from Taavi. Taavi is the last GameCamp's winner, actually, and he created his own Godot study materials in Estonian. And so he's going to give a small introductory course about the Godot game engine. So today's lineup is going to be absolutely amazing, and I'm not going to waste any more time. So first of all, going through the slides really quick. No spoilers, no spoilers. This is all live. But first up, we have a lecturer coming all the way from Tallinn University. He teaches game design, narrative design, and a lot of other subjects. And in his pastime, he also dabbles in making games. So please give a warm, warm welcome to Mikhail Fiadotau. Woo!
Is this thing working? Now it's working. Okay, cool. Right, this is slightly intimidating because I do not see any of you. You're like shrouded in darkness, but as long as people can hear and see, that's good. So, as Alacris said, my name is Mikhail Fiadotau. I teach at Tallinn University. We have a program on learning games, college to learning games, and we also teach bachelor level courses in game design. And I teach some of those courses, but also I make games outside of my day job from time to time. Some of them, like the missing parts of Maria Gwozdek, you can play on Steam. Others you will hopefully at some point be able to play on Steam, and I'll plug them next time, maybe. But for now, I wanted to talk about a topic that in the courses that we teach, I find we don't actually have time to address enough, and that I think is still important. So that's one opportunity to discuss. So let's talk about game feel. Basically, the observation that I've had over the years of teaching game-related things at the university is when we discuss game design and game development and we talk about how to make a good game and we get into the question of what actually makes a game a good game, we largely talk about either gameplay-related things, so whether it be how do you design an engaging core loop, which is a pivotal, crucial question, or how do you come up with new innovative mechanics that are fun and experimental and cool and surprise people in interesting ways, or how do you do a difficulty curve that Shen is going to be talking about that's in a couple minutes, well, in 20 minutes, or how do you approach it from a level design perspective and maximize the value of the game mechanics by creating actual environmental content to use them around. Or if not that, we might talk about narrative elements as well. So we could focus on how do you design an engrossing story. A good game, for some of us, maybe just a walk-in simulator that's not necessarily super complex mechanically, but it has a nice way of delivering an interesting plot. Or it can be an interesting set of characters, or it can be world building, or maybe the game just looks cool. Maybe it has a unique aesthetic style, or it's amazingly photorealistic. Some people pay attention to that sort of thing. Maybe the audio design is good. All of these are well and good, but the thing that we don't seem to talk about as much, that maybe we should be talking about more, is does the game feel nice to control? Does it feel nice to interact with using your controller, mouse, keyboard, touchscreen, steering wheel, whatever else you use to control the game? Does the game respond nice to player input? And this is the thing that we call game feel. Or some people call basically the same thing game juice. So as far as I'm concerned, the two terms are interchangeable. I'm going to stick with feel because it just sounds a bit more professional somehow. There's a book about this. So if you decide that you want to learn more about the subject, I'll recommend it later. But the point that I want to make for now is game mechanics do not determine whether a game is satisfying to play or not, or game mechanics alone don't determine it. Because you can have the same set of mechanics that end up feeling completely different in different contexts, depending on other factors, right? A game can be very clever mechanically, but if you are not making good use of those mechanics, it may still feel frustrating, boring, or just awfully mediocre. But also, I want to emphasize that when we talk about game feel, there's no real single way to do it right or wrong. There's multiple approaches, multiple solutions to the same problem. So all of the suggestions and all of the considerations that I'm going to be talking about, I'm not suggesting that there's necessarily the way to go. It's more that these are things to think about. As a case in point, if you look at the two best-known classic platformer games, supposedly, of all time, one being Super Mario, the other one being Sonic the Hedgehog. Oh, I forgot it has sound. Let me mute it briefly. They have very similar mechanics, not identical mechanics. Sonic can do certain things Mario can't, and the other way around. Sonic is not big on mushrooms, for example. But despite having identical mechanics, the feel of the game is quite different. Hopefully you can tell from the video, right? Sonic is a game that's a lot more about speed of movement, right? It's a lot more about like long stretches of fluid running, jumping. In fact, when you run into something and it kind of interrupts your flow, that's kind of annoying. It's also a game about failing repeatedly, restarting the level until you've memorized the level layout enough that you can perform sort of flawlessly. Whereas Mario was a lot more take your time, look at the things around you, respond to the obstacles. It's also fluid in its own way, right? It has a nice kind of sense of physics. But it's a very different game feel in terms of how you go around navigating the game, right? And that's basically to say that there's different ways of doing game feel, even in different contexts, or in a similar context, rather, and they can be equally valid. Now, the book that I was going to plug, and I forgot which slide it was on, that's the book, It's called Game Feel, A Game Designer's Guide to Virtual Sensation by Steve Swink. It's not an easy one to get your hands on in Estonia, but I'm sure there's ways of finding PDFs somewhere in the ether if you're interested. It's a book that very specifically looks at a very particular kind of game. It's mostly concerned with action-based games. It has a lot of examples from platformers and racing games and these kind of things. And most materials about game feel that you'll find on the internet are also in that category. But that's not the only way of applying game feel. I think it applies more broadly, and I'll try to bring up a couple of examples that are not necessarily action-based just to highlight that point. But basically, if I try to distill the sort of main considerations from the book, plus some additional thoughts, I guess, on top of that, these are the 6 sort of layers that Swing discusses in the context of game feel. So these are the things that you need to consider, or you probably should consider, if you want the game to have a certain consistent game feel. And let me talk you through these individual layers one by one, starting with input. So input, I guess I don't need to define input, but that's his definition. What the player does to communicate their intent to the system. There's a variety of different ways to play video games, right? Depending on, say, what controller you're using. It may be, are you pressing buttons on your keyboard or your controller? Are you interacting with a touchscreen, swiping, tapping, that sort of thing? Do you use a gamepad with a joystick? Do you use maybe Microsoft Kinect type thing where you just physically move and the game responds to that? Do you use a Nintendo DS-like stylus to draw things? VR, where you just look around and the game responds to that? All of these feel different, and all of these change how a game can be perceived. And input is obviously a very certain central consideration. This is one of the few elements of game feel that we do actually talk quite a bit when we discuss game design. One of the most annoying things for me personally, as a pet peeve that people do in game jams, is, say, having a keyboard-controlled game where when you go to the game menu to pause the game or something, now you have suddenly to use the mouse, which is not used elsewhere in the gameplay. These are the kind of user experience considerations, right, that we consider a lot. And one of the basic considerations is, for the vast majority of games, you want the game feel to be intuitive, right? You don't want the player to have to think about the control scheme at all. Ideally, they're not actually focusing or like cognitively processing the fact that they are using a controller. Ideally, we want them to forget that there's like this artificial layer of there's some kind of thing that you need to be doing in order to control the game. We just want them to be in the game mentally. Which is to say that when you have a control scheme like this, that's quite difficult to achieve because a lot of the time, the player, unless they're really hardcore and really well familiar with the game, will find themselves sort of in a panicky, which one of these buttons is not going to kill me, right? Type situations. So figuring out ways to make the input as intuitive and as straightforward as possible is one of the basic considerations. But also, another consideration is what is the kind of controller and what is the kind of control scheme that aligns well with the content of what you're doing in the game. Does anyone know of a certain Japanese franchise called Typing of the Dead? Not that I can see you, but I think I see one hand, a couple hands. So it's a game, it's a shooter game. It used actually to be a zombie shooter called House of the Dead, and the developers at some point thought, wouldn't it be fun if instead of actually like shooting and aiming, we had the player type words to shoot the zombie? No reason, just to see how that works out. Roughly speaking, this is what the game looks like. Zombies running around, type the words, kill the zombies. Not a particularly serious game, but weirdly fun. This is the main reason there was a keyboard controller for PlayStation 2 at some point. This is the control scheme the game is meant for. However, there's other ways people are trying to play the game. If anyone has a Steam Deck, you can technically play it on it, thanks to this little community layout. So 2 trackpads. You can see the person showcasing the control scheme they came up with. is not doing the greatest job. Now the zombie reached them, because it's a freaking hassle to type those words. It's a very blatant, it's a very obvious example that I went for, but the point I'm trying to make is consider your control scheme. What is the thing that works with your mechanics without making it frustrating, distracting, and so on? So I guess input is largely self-explanatory. The next bit, to some extent as well, the response bit, that refers to how does the system react to the player's input. So when you press the key, when you move the controller, move around in a Kinect-controlled game like dance or whatever it is that you do, what does the game then do in response, right? And a lot of these are physics considerations, game physics, right? Like the weight of the objects, the amount of inertia that you have, how much does your momentum carry you after you stopped pressing the key, how responsive the system is. Can you, for example, by holding the jump button longer or shorter, adjust the height of the jump? How sensitive the system is, I guess that was the jump example, but also like how fast does the game respond to a different input? If you change something halfway, how fast will the system respond? So these are the kind of considerations. Again, this doesn't just apply to action games, but I guess it's particularly obvious in those kinds of examples. Let me give you a real-life example. Does anyone play tennis out of curiosity? You don't have to. It's sort of self-explanatory. The physics of the objects, the inertia and momentum, those kinds of things are what make tennis the competitive sport that it is. But there's other ways available if you wanted to play tennis. I personally find that other one to be kind of more fun looking. Maybe not as challenging, but just like physically, something from that little clip seems a lot more satisfying than the running around after a tiny ball that keeps bouncing away from you. That's what I mean with responsiveness, and that is something that with video games you need to consider a lot. So let me give you two examples. I just went for like the most bare bones stripped down games. So this is one called Love. It was a giveaway on the Epic Games Store a couple years back. It's a hardcore platformer, pixel perfect, precision platformer, very minimalistic as you can see. If you can tell from the little clip here, there's very little inertia, right? The moment you stop pressing the jump button, you basically sort of stop running. You don't sort of slide on a platform like Mario does, for example. And this is important because for this kind of game, it's literally pixel perfect. To get it like 1 pixel to the left, to the right, that makes a major difference. It's a frustrating game, and so it has to be very precise with the input. Now, let me show you another minimalist platformer. I don't know if anyone's run into this one. This one is called N. It's a game about a ninja, I think, who has 90 seconds to live, which can be extended by collecting gold. It's also very precise and responsive, but it has much more floaty sort of physics, right? The jump trajectory takes you a lot further. You can cross the entire screen in 2-3 jumps. A lot of the momentum is something you can slightly adjust halfway, but you also need to sort of consider the duration of your jump. You have to be very precise about how you're trying to land on all of these things. So again, two platformer games, very different game feel. And that is basically the responsiveness consideration. Now, the thing that brings these things together is what Swink refers to as context. So a lot of it is about level design. How do you create a physical space that allows the player to utilize those mechanics in a meaningful way, where they can actually feel good and they can fulfill the function that you have for them, while also having this kind of response that you intended in terms of game physics. So the N example that I had a second ago, this game feels very good to play. It's been around since 2004. There's still a community of people like actively making levels for it and stuff, which tells you something. But it only feels good to play if the level design actually supports this kind of floaty physics that the game is known for. If you have a level that looks something like this, like that does not feel fun to play at all because you have no opportunity in the game to sort of actually utilize the physics, right? it doesn't feel terrible per se to be playing those kinds of levels, but it doesn't actually take advantage of what the game is meant to be doing. And hence, context is really important. This is another one, if you like frustrating games and you haven't checked out this one somehow, Guessing Over It with Bennett Foddy is a game about climbing up and up and up and falling down a lot, sometimes all the way down and losing all of your progress. It's a deliberately frustrating game, and it can only work as a game if you have this kind of environment that's slightly diagonal, going upwards the whole time, has ledges of some kind for the player to grab onto. It has a very specific sort of mechanic input to it as well, so it already has kind of a crazy-ish game feel. And to have this idea of like you can actually slide down all the way, you need to be very careful about how you design these environments as well, right? So if this was just a series of platforms, sort of like Mario style, it wouldn't really work like that. There is another game that does that called Jump King, but even though the concept is similar, it feels quite different. So knowing what your mechanics are, knowing what sort of response do you want the game to produce, thinking in level design terms and thinking of how do I maximize it within the game is a really big consideration. Another one that Twink talks about in the book is polish, and that is something that basically sounds like just an extra thing, make it look nice, make it feel nice, but it can actually sell the game feel to the player by emphasizing the important parts, the responsive parts, the interesting parts. Here's a game some people may be familiar with. A couple of yays. Broforce is the game. So if you look at what's happening here, it's a platformer, there's a lot of shooting involved, and when there's shooting, stuff flies around. I maybe should have given you a trigger warning, violence, but we can see that now. And inside that game, basically, game feel is maybe one of the things that really sets it apart. There's other things involved as well, but like it feels very visceral, right? It feels very physical what's going on in the game, because if we zoom in a little bit, you can see when there's an explosion, there's a screen shake that makes it feel, and the controller shakes, I think, as well. All of these particles flying around. The game really kind of maximizes this feeling of sort of being there, directly involved in that kind of combat situation, right? Things feel very action-y, action movie-y, even though it's a fundamentally simple 2D platformer, right? So this kind of thing is what polish refers to. Let me give you a different example. This is not from an action game for a change. So this is a game that I like quite a lot. It's called Omni Bullet. It's not particularly well known. I think it deserves better, not just because its creators were in my game design course, but because it's an interesting puzzle thing. Where's the sound? There should be sound. It's real quiet. That's unfortunate, because the sound is a big part of it. Okay. You don't necessarily need to understand what's happening in the game mechanically. It helps if you do, but basically for the context of the game, this is a conveyor belt. You're trying to sort of charge those batteries by constructing a conveyor thing. And it creates this kind of rhythmic effect of different things make different sounds when they're hit. There's also little particle effects when there's collisions. There's, when you make a mistake, it flashes red. There's a lot of these things that it's a puzzle game. It's not particularly a genre that's known for maximizing game feel. But in this context, it actually does a very interesting job of that, right? Maximizing sort of the visceral, the physical part of the experience. Two more considerations. Metaphor. So how do you actually frame what the player does in the game? What kind of feelings does this evoke? For example, these two games are fairly similar mechanically. The second one, you're not overtaking your enemies, so it's not exactly a racing game in that sense, but largely the mechanics are very similar. But by having these different like settings in these different contexts, they already feel quite different. My favorite example of this is, so this is Wolfenstein 3D, one of the earliest 3D shooters around. I wonder if anyone knows what this is. This is Super 3D Noah's Ark. It's a Christian, non-violent game made a year after Wolfenstein 3D using the same engine. The premise is you're Noah, you built a giant ship to escape from the Great Flood, and the animals are running around rampant, and you're trying to put them to sleep by shooting purportedly food at them. Also, one of the close combat one is just you feeding them something. Mechanically, it's exactly the same game. It's exactly the same engine. They just changed the Nazis for the animals. But it feels quite different because they framed it in a completely different way. It's a different metaphor. It's not a great game, but it's a great example of how to repackage this idea. And the metaphor doesn't have to be literal. It's a metaphor, I mean. So this is a game called Pilgrims by Amanita Design. Whoops. So in the game Pilgrims, it's what, if it came out like 10 years before it did, it would have been a point-and-click adventure. They found an interesting way to frame it. They made it into a card game, which is still, you're pretty much interacting with items and solving puzzles in the game, but making it look as cards and making the cards kind of look a little bit sort of physical. You pull out the card of the deck, it materializes the object on the level. When you collect an object, it then sort of pops up as a card. All of that stuff gives it a very different game feel from a traditional pixel hunting with your mouse kind of point-and-click adventure game. The final one that Swing talks about that kind of ties it in together a little bit is the rule set. So longer period objectives that give meaning to control and mastery. What do I mean by that? I'll give you just one example. This one is a platformer as well. So this is Celeste. Hopefully a lot of people know this game. It's, in terms of level design, probably one of my favorite ones ever. It's a game about climbing a mountain. It's a really difficult platformer with a lot of optional challenges and stuff. And there's a consistent theme of sort of you're climbing a mountain, you're trying to get to the top of this mountain. You're going largely diagonally, sort of from the bottom left to the top right. And the mechanics of the game sometimes, well, the mechanics are consistent, but the game feel can change depending on the environment. So this one is, for example, very windy, and then your jump is very limited. It's not floaty at all. Your movement speed feels quite restricted as well. But the thing that keeps it consistent is the concept of you're climbing a mountain across all these different contexts. The game physics may change, the game feel may slightly change, but it feels consistent because it's given this bigger sort of narrative theme. So these are the kind of considerations of the game feel may be different individually from moment to moment, but as long as there's a consistent reason and consistent kind of setup that explains it, that's okay. So real quick, some final considerations for if you're trying to take this into account when designing your prototypes. The basic thing with game feel is you identify what your core mechanic is, you identify what the interesting thing about it is supposed to be, and you just gotta make it feel good. You maximize that. If you're making a game like V, which is all about flipping gravity, now you're at the ceiling, now you're on the floor, now you're on the ceiling again, you have to make that feel good because that's the thing the player will be doing a bunch of times. There can also be an emotional factor to it. So if you're making a game about free flying, like recently I've been playing Mikhail and the Witch's Mountain, you want to create a game that gives the player a sense of freedom that feels nice to fly around in, right? If you're making a horror game where you're being chased and you want to make it claustrophobic, then you probably want to have sort of fast bursts of movement, like quick looking behind you, and maximizing that from a game feel perspective will improve the emotional aspect of it. Consider your target audience. What do they want? What do they expect? Have they played on this platform before? Are they hardcore platformer players who are used to a certain control scheme? If you're using a different one, why would you want to disrupt that? Will it cause confusion? Play around just to see what happens, right? It's a longer story, but Space Invaders, the famous arcade game, is known for inventing the difficulty curve. They didn't really mean to, right? It's just that the game speeds up, the fewer aliens are left, because it just takes less computing power to process a smaller amount of enemies, so it runs faster. But that was the masterstroke, right? That created the game feel that the game is known for, and that subsequently pretty much every game under the sun has mimicked. And finally, you can't really get it right, even if in your head it makes total sense. You have to playtest. You'll have to probably notice things are not going to plan a lot of the time, and then you iterate and you playtest and you iterate and you playtest, and you continue doing that until you run out of time or will to live. Hopefully the former. And that's my talk for today. So thank you very much, and I'm happy to chat with you if you have questions later. And I can see our next speaker. I don't know if Alacris, you want to announce Shen, but he's right here.
Yeah,
but I don't know where his slides are. Not sure. I think I hear his voice.
But thank you once again, Mikhail. Before you go, we have a gift for you as well. Thank you very much for coming. And let's give another applause to Mikhail. Now, next up, we are going to have a civil engineer turned game developer who has worked on amazing games like Death and Taxes, Broken Alliance, and more. And as I mentioned before, he has been with us, he is with us for the second time now, so please give a warm applause to Ahmed and Shenawy.
Hello. Quick question. Does this thing work? It works. I can hear myself. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome here. And it's great for me to be back here as well on the second year of the bootcamp. So I'll just get right to it. Today's talk is designing difficulty, or basically how not to let your players rage quit your game. I was inspired to make this presentation because for the last couple of years, I see not only game jam games, but generally games, even outside of game jams, that have this thing with the difficulty level. They're being too hard, they're just frustrating to the players. And this is something that we can talk about for a very long time, hours on end, but I decided to make it very short, just half an hour, just to go basically on pencil tips of and ideas, just very quick concepts to help you think about and maybe further look into or consider when you're working on your own games. And I don't believe it's something that's actually discussed much. I've seen tutorials and videos and stuff online that discuss about game design, but they don't always talk about this part. So let's get into it. Very quick introduction. Thank you, Alacris, for already introducing me. The quick thing is, yes, I'm a game developer now. I work at Placeholder Gameworks. If any of you recognize those games, Death and Taxes came out a couple of years ago, a few years now. Broken Alliance is out, and Craft is coming out next month. I also am a lecturer at Tallinn University in the DLG program. You're welcome to apply. All right, so for today's content, it's very brief, very quick, to the point. First thing I want to explain when I talk about difficulty is like, what is the difference between challenge and difficulty? Because that part might be, people will be thinking about is like, what's the difference? And so we have basically the idea set straight. And then a few types of difficulty, not all of them, but what would be considered frustrating or easy to the player. All right, so the first thing, what is the challenge and what is the difficulty? If you think about it, a challenge is kind of the requirements that you put on your player, right? And around them, you design a challenge and you design the mechanics for the player to overcome that challenge. So if I challenge you, say, oh, I want you to jump from this platform all the way to the door back there, do a backflip and land on your feet. That's a challenge. It's a very ridiculous challenge, but it is what I require you to do. And then I allow you to jump, and I allow you maybe, I don't know, to land on people's heads on the way. Please don't do that. But that would be the challenge, right? Of course, no one would attempt that challenge because the chances of success are maybe like 0.1%. So it's a ridiculous challenge. But if I say, I don't know, jump from this platform to the first row, we're like, okay. it's too easy, it's actually boring. It's a challenge, I require you to do something to give you some reward, but it's too basic and you're probably not gonna do it because like, what's the point, right? So that is the idea of a challenge, what I give you to do, and it should be enjoyable. And I took Breath of the Wild here, Legend of Zelda as one example, as ultimate challenge. I don't play a lot of Zelda games, played a couple, seen a couple, but I believe almost all of them, if not most of them, you always start the game with the very first challenge, defeat Ganon, the big evil that is ruining the whole world. And it is a ridiculous challenge when you begin the game, because there is no way I'm starting with like, I don't know, very basic level, I have nothing, barely like half naked with a couple of, a stick. In this game you start with like a wooden stick, and it's like I'm supposed to go and, jump into that castle and defeat the most powerful entity, so it doesn't make sense, but that is an ultimate challenge, so that is a form of challenge. It's like, that's the point. You play the entire game and slowly you get stronger and stronger, and then that challenge becomes achievable. And the difficulty is how do we overcome that challenge, or how hard or easy it is to actually reach that challenge and all the small challenges along the way. I prepared this example, very beautiful example that unfortunately Google Slides ruined all the the animations that I did. So it's a bit simplified now, but it's one practical way just to explain my point further. So here is this game, right? And the challenge is reach the exit. It's a very boring challenge, right? It's like, there's my character on the left, there's the exit, it's open, right? And so the difficulty is super easy. And then it's like, okay, let's make it a little bit harder. I'm gonna lock the door, I'm gonna put a key. So now we adjust, we play a bit with the difficulty itself, right? So it's a little bit harder, there is something more to do now, but it's not that hard. I was like, okay, you know what, I'm gonna just put a huge pit in the middle. Now, difficulty is way, way hard, because this is ridiculous now. It's like, it's the same challenge, by the way, the challenge hasn't changed. I'm still telling you, go reach the exit, but how hard I'm making your life to reach or finish that challenge, that is the part I'm talking about, right? So we have this huge pit. Then I was like, okay, this is too much. I'll add some platforms. Then that will push the difficulty a little bit back down, because they're easy platforms and your character can jump. And I was like, okay, that's too easy. So let's play again with the difficulty. I'm gonna make the platforms move up and down 2 platforms. Now the difficulty is in a sweet spot, right? And if I wanna make it even more difficult, maybe I'll just add an enemy to the thing. And now I push the difficulty even further, right? Again, from the very first point, or the first example to this point, the challenge doesn't change. My game is side-scroller, you can jump, and here's a challenge, go to the door, but playing with that difficulty, that's the point. So, some ideas or types of difficulty that we can run into is difficulty by complexity, right? Or balancing. You can make your game easy or hard by changing on the numbers, or the lack of it, because some games do lack balance. By design, like the example I've shown, I've designed the difficulty. So this basic difficulty does touch a lot on design, game design. This is why it's a very long topic. And the last one is something that, yes, I decided to call, I don't know if it exists or not, but I'm calling difficulty by omission, and we'll get to that. And the first 2 I will kind of quickly go through, but the last 2 are the ones that do require more thought. All right, so the first one, complexity. One sort of difficulty or complexity is information. If we look at this lovely game, if anyone knows it, it's EVE Online, and that game has been notorious for the amount of information that it just throws in your face. And by the way, this is not late game, this is 15 minutes into the game. You make your character, you start the game, and you're just bombarded with this UI. And I tried it not back in 2003, I tried it 10 years later. It didn't change much. But yeah, you have this interface at the bottom where you control your spaceship, and you have to, like I spent, I think, 2 hours just hovering over the UI to understand what is going on, what all these do all these buttons do. And then you have your items, your inventory, you have, I don't know if it's visible here, but right there on the left, there is this entire vertical toolbar with even more windows and more things. So the game is actually pretty good. It has a very strong community, and everyone tells you, it's like, you just have to, accept it, live with it, and just keep going, and the game is going to be great. Later, I think somewhere around 2018, 2019 is when they decided, okay, this is too much. We're going to make the game a little bit like with some tutorials. We're going to do better tutorials, because the only tutorial you get in this game is going to the wiki and reading. So, oh, I'm going to read this stuff, and then I'm going to go read more, and then after 5 hours of reading, I can start playing the game. So that's one sort of difficulty. The other one is by mechanics, right? And the very first example that I can think of with mechanics is fighting games. Because, and specifically one of them I found recently is Virtua Fighter 5. Because in fighting games, usually you're required to do a lot of things, right? To master all the moves, think about all the things you have to do. You have to jump and attack and defend and block and throw and do all those right at the same time the game begins. And you're like expected to do all those things. And with Virtua Fighter, every character has a very extensive list of moves. And I don't know who's supposed to memorize all those moves, maybe after playing for 2 years. I don't know. But if you look it up, I just went and looked at the character move list. And for example, this one already has like 3 pages of moves. So imagine as a player, there's this many things to consider where your character moves, the opponent's moves, and how you counter them and all that. So you're just throwing a lot of mechanics at the player. Dwarf Fortress, I haven't specifically played it, but it is a complex game. It is a simulation of simulations. It is simulations living within simulations. There is one article that came out a year, or I think last year, or something, about how cats got drunk in that game. Because in the tavern, the dwarves can spill beer on the ground, and the cats will walk on the floor. So they will, the beer will attach to the cats, and the cats will get drunk. So it is, again, a complexity of so many mechanics going around, and it will take time to understand and figure out. So that is a sort of, you can make a fighting game. Again, the challenge is, in a fighting game, what is it? Is to win all the fights and be the top fighter. But you can adjust the difficulty of making, and there are games that do that, right? They do very simple mechanics. Some games play around by giving you the quick buttons. It's like if you press, I don't know, this button, if you mash it twice, the character will automatically do some combos, so you don't have to do them yourself. So that's the thing. How do we handle complexity with our games with difficulty? First thing is tutorialization. You basically make your game step by step and give tutorials. And pacing, right? You want a smooth learning curve. You don't want to just throw everything your game has in front of the player from the very first minute. And that even applies to small, simple game jam games. There's always this situation where people think that, oh, my game is short, so I'm just going to make it extra difficult, just so it's enjoyable. It's not enjoyable. You can always just, make the level a little bit bigger, put things, step them a little bit further away. Basically, you want something like that curve. You start smooth, slow beginning, you introduce a mechanic, you let the player play around with it, give them some time, and it doesn't have to be playing around as huge levels. We're not talking about an open world. It can be as simple as, the character can jump, but it jumps in a specific way, for example, or it has to do something specific. You put a single platform that just explains to the player this idea, and then they will just figure it out. That's it. No enemies, no time, nothing. Just take your time, enjoy it, and just understand how that thing works. Slowly then, the player gets familiar with that mechanic or that piece of information, right? Then the curve goes up. You start introducing more complex things. Difficulty goes up until the plateau point. And the plateau is when the player has mastered your mechanics or understood everything about the game, right? The game is not difficult anymore for them. That point, you want it to be achieved if the game has very few mechanics, or it's not much. You want to achieve that point around the end of your game. So also do not unnecessarily make your game long, that it gets boring. It's like, okay, I've done everything there is to do, and the more is just like a chore, right? So short, sweet experience is still very rewarding to the player, and that will stay with them, right? It's how you end things. It's always the beginning and the end. This is what people remember. So you want to plateau near the end of your game, or if you have multiple mechanics, another option is to string them together. I introduce the first mechanic, the first information, the player is reaching that plateau, right? Then I introduce the new mechanic. It's like the player, okay, has understood that part, then they move on to the next thing. You want to avoid those kinds of curves with the learning curve. You don't want the first one on the left. It's basically the game is too easy, right? I do very little effort. So if we think about the x-axis or the horizontal axis, this is the effort I put and against the performance or what is required. So I put very little effort and I get a lot of things out of it. Then the game gets super easy, super fast, and then it gets boring. The one on the right is EVE Online. I'm starting the game and suddenly, poof, learn all that. So I have to put a ton of effort just to get something out of the game, and the curve goes up. So it's a very steep and high learning curve. It's just a shock to the player. All right, balancing, that's the next one. So you can, again, play with the difficulty of the game with balancing. One of them is resources. So resources in games are typically time, health, ammo, currency, and durability if your game has something that breaks or just doesn't last for a long time. Typical example of games that play with that is survival horror games, something like Silent Hill. They always play with the ammo amount. You're not expected to go around and shooting everyone and killing all the creatures. Most of the time you're just barely trying to find any ammo or health to stay alive, because the challenge is survive. I need to survive, and I'm making it just difficult enough, just hard enough, so you would feel that excitement of, oh, I just barely made it. I had like, I don't know, 2 bullets and 1 medipack, and I still was able to continue. And then this is the adjustment part. I don't want to throw so much ammo that it becomes a shooter, and I don't want to make the ammo too little and the health too little that the player is just constantly frustrated. They're constantly being killed by the monsters, and there's no way to get around it. This is a good example that I love, Far Cry. I hate that game. The graphics are beautiful, the game is really good, but one thing, again connected to resources, that I kept cursing at the game while playing it is 2 things. It was Far Cry 2, 3, and 4, actually. I don't know if they fixed it in 5 because I just gave up on playing that game. I would go in an enemy outpost, clear the outpost, kill everyone. I turn around, walk literally 10 meters, and I have bullets being thrown, shooting at me from behind. And I turn around, it's like everyone respawned alive and just shooting at me. It's like, dude, didn't I kill you a minute ago? So, and I wasted a lot of ammo, and they're all back fresh with full ammo, and I'm empty. The same thing was with Far Cry 4. The game saves a checkpoint. This was amazing. The game saves a checkpoint. You go, you have a fight, you lose in the fight. You spent, I don't know, 3/4 of your ammo, and then some big guy comes and kills you. You respawn at the checkpoint, your ammo stays the same. It doesn't go back to a checkpoint, and everyone has respawned, all the enemies are back, and you're supposed now to finish the same place or clear it with the 1/4 of the ammo you had. At some point in that game, I ran out completely of ammo because I refused to play any of the side missions, so I was like, I'm not gonna do that. And then I ran out of ammo, I ran out of money, I had to play the side mission so I can get some money so I can continue playing the game. It was ridiculous. So that is a point of making the difficulty too frustrating when you play with the resources, right? The other thing as well when it comes to balancing is stats, right? Again, think of RPGs and stuff like that. You got the health, speed, damage, abilities of the characters. Something like Monster Hunter Wilds. The enemies, you start adjusting how much damage they apply to the player, how much health they want, they can take, or how much damage they can take basically by playing with these values. It's all a numbers game. Something like Banners of Ruin and Slay the Spire and Darkest Dungeon and all games like that. It's all basically, it's a numbers game. So you adjust those numbers, and that plays into the difficulty of the game. And numbers, not stats, as in actual count, right? So if you look at this example, Dark Souls, very popular, get good, all that stuff. I love the game. But one thing that maybe some people don't notice is it is very hard, but it is fair, and this is why people love it. Because all the difficulty in it is actually balanced well. I guess they did a lot of good playtesting. Most of the hard, difficult enemies, you almost always face them one-on-one. You never have any other enemies around to distract you or to hit you from behind. Speaking of hitting from behind, another example is, I think it was Battlefield or Call of Duty, I think it was Battlefield, the single-player parts in the old times, Battlefield 3, I think. The developers said, what we do is if there are at least more than 4 enemies in front of the player, only 3 or 4 maximum shoot at the player. Not all the 10 enemies shoot at you, because the game should be fun. They want them, once one of them stops shooting, then another one starts shooting at you. And that's the idea, is just to keep it balanced in terms of who's attacking you. Another thing they did is, if you're surrounded by enemies, only the enemies that you see in front of you are the ones that are attacking you. The ones behind you, they just hide and never shoot at you until you actually see them. So this is playing with these numbers as well. And Dark Souls puts you one-on-one with the most difficult enemies, so you can just focus on them. As opposed to Dynasty Warriors. Dynasty Warriors, you are overpowered, very strong. To balance it and to make the game challenge and the difficulty good, they throw at you hundreds of enemies. Because, as you see in the screenshot here, you just do 1 slash and you just wipe away, I don't know, 10 guys. So playing with those numbers as well. If you make it too easy, then the game is boring. You do Dark Souls and you put these numbers of enemies, yeah, now no one's gonna play that game. So how do we handle with the balancing? First thing is playtest. Second thing is playtest again. Lots of playtesting, that's very important. And you can always introduce something like difficulty settings, right? You can always give easy, medium, hard, play around with those, adjust those, so players can find what works for them. All right, design. How much time do we got? No, not much. So, design. Time limit. One of my inspirations to make this presentation is the time limit. I hate time limits. I don't know why people really put them, do you need the time limit? Do you actually need to put that in your game? Does it serve a purpose, right? I've played so many games where like, oh, you have to finish the game in 15 seconds. Why? Like, your artist did some really pretty art. I want to look at it, but I can't. I have to run. Because otherwise, you're just going to throw game over. You failed in 15 seconds. Like, again, I start the game. You give me 10 seconds, and I'm supposed to understand where am I, what is going on, what is happening around me, what am I supposed to do, and do it within 15 seconds. So does the time limit really help? It doesn't. It just frustrates the player. Or you can put it in a specific places when it actually has a purpose to serve. And you can think about it. If you introduce it, is it too little time? If it's too little time, that's the frustration I'm talking about. Is it enough time? That's where you want to go. And if it's too much time, then, again, do I need it? Because then you're putting a time limit that doesn't make sense. An example is Resident Evil series. I think they dropped it in the later games, but it was kind of typical. It was their thing, especially from 1 to, I don't even remember if 4 had it, but usually at the end of the game, you fight a big boss, you know, and the base or wherever you are is going to explode. It's going to blow up. So what you do, you get like 2 minutes to escape from the place you're in. So there is a time limit, but there is a purpose behind it. First of all, it's plays into the concept. Oh, there's an explosion, you're going to destroy the whole place and get out of it. So there's a bomb, and you have to run away before the bomb explodes. So that's why there's a time limit. And you have basically finished the entire area, and there's nothing left to do. So they're just going to pushing you to hurry up to do it. But it is actually just enough time. It is not to punish the player, it's just to create a sense of urgency. So it is not to serve a difficulty for no reason. There is actually no difficulty because the only difficulty is finding your way back, but they give you enough time that you can get out and you still have like, I don't know, 20, 30 seconds left. Another concept that plays with time at this game, I learned about it very recently, 1 hour, 1 life. You create a character, you have to do something, it's a multiplayer game, online, you have 1 hour to do something with that character and it's gone. So time here serves a purpose. It's an experiment of can people build a civilization where each character just lives for 1 hour? and goes away. So the whole point is built around the time limit. Okay, designing levels is, again, playing with the difficulty. We're talking about the difficulty here. So difficulty of navigation, the intuitiveness of finding your way around, and the flow, difficulty with getting that flow. So something like Hollow Knight, right, platformer. The platforms are there, but they're easy to navigate. They're not, you can jump to a specific point, as you have a limit of your jump. They put it not right at the edge and you're fighting to get there and you're just gonna throw away the controller because you cannot make that most simple jump. No, you have a double jump. So it's there. It's not meant to kill your flow or sense of navigating the level. You can do it. It's just at a good position, right? I'm not trying to put it as like, yeah, I'm gonna make them, my game has jumping, but I'm gonna make it like they really have to show us that they can jump. No, just let them jump, right? And for those experienced players, late game, we give them something like this. In that game, there is this place called the White Palace, and this is a DLC or something, if I remember right. And there is the Path of Pain, which is, there is no ground to stand on. You have to use all the tricks in the game to move around by pogo jumping, by hitting the ground to pogo jump out of it and whatever. The thing is, they put this really hard difficulty only for experienced players. There's actually, you don't lose anything if you don't play it. It's just there to get a little brief part of the story, the backstory. So there's a reward, but you don't feel that you lost anything by not doing it. The game doesn't punish you for not achieving it. It's there for those who got really good at the game and they want something extra. Another example would be Super Meat Boy. Also, you should try that out. It's a really good game. And Super Meat Boy, it looks really tough, but it does help with the intuitiveness. When I talk about intuitiveness and flow, Super Meat Boy breaks your flow, as in you die several times, but once you know the level, and the levels are super, super tiny, you finish a level in 10 seconds. So once you understand the level and the flow is not broken anymore, you can just finish the level and you have that flow of movement. There is nothing interrupting you constantly or obstacles in your face. And you have an intuitiveness. What I mean an intuitiveness is it's clear to the player with the level where they're supposed to go to finish that thing. They're not lost, right? Okay, and with the AI, well, basically it's the strategies. The AI takes reaction time, accuracy, so that connects to the battlefield example, for example, when I talked about the enemies attacking you, and the knowledge and cheating as well. How much does the AI actually knows that the player doesn't know? So examples would be card games, and Stalker 2 had a bunch of complaints in it. When it came out, it still has some complaints. I'm waiting for them to patch it all out to play it. But one thing, when it talks about AI, is people have complained that the AI has really, really good accuracy, and they see you from a kilometer away. You're supposedly sneaking on them, and suddenly you're in darkness, hiding somewhere in a shadow, and they just spot you from a kilometer away, and they start shooting at you, and they don't even miss. All their shots just get straight at you, and this pushes the difficulty of that challenge of, let's, I don't know, clear that area, pushes it way up that it becomes super frustrating to many players, and hence they're complaining about it online. What is up with this? So this goes with the knowledge, cheating, and accuracy, and reaction time. The AI just reacts super fast. That doesn't make sense. So these are things also to play around to adjust your difficulty. So again, with the design, we're on a play test to make sure we got the right difficulty. Cut the pointless time limits. If it doesn't serve a purpose, don't have it. Cut the pointless obstacles. Don't just throw things in the player's face just to think it's going to make it more fun. It doesn't make it more fun if it doesn't make sense. And empower the players to come up with their own crazy solutions and ideas. If you see someone does something that you didn't expect, empower them. Don't block it. Don't stop it. Let them do it. It's a reward for them that they're smart enough. They outsmarted the designer to do something to achieve it or go around what you did, right, to stop them. And you want to cheat for your players sometimes. Things like what Mikhail talked about with Celeste, for example. Celeste is known for cheating for the player by giving them time to grab onto ledges, to fall off ledges, to jump and attach on them, and all those things. It actually does, it's the coyote time, and I don't know, it's not pixel perfect on the edges and so on. So it gives you a lot of allowance, and that's what you want. You want to empower the player. Okay, the last one, because I'm really running out of time. Okay, is omission, which ties into the previous one. But what I mean by difficulty by omission, it's basically all actually the negative things, the bad difficulty, which is when we forget things as designers, when we build our challenges and we play with their how easy or hard they are. So an example of omission is omission of information, right? And the world awareness is one of them. Does the player know the things that we know? Or do they actually know the things we expect them to know? All right, are they understanding of the world around them? This is the best quality image I could find. This is from Metal Gear Solid 2 back in 2001, and Metal Gear Solid 1 did the same as well. What they did is you have rooms. You go around a base in multiple rooms. You are not able to see, it's an action game. I should have shown a bigger picture, but it's top down. So your view is limited. You can see a limited area of the space you're in, right? And you cannot see all the enemies either. So what the game helps, what information to keep the player aware, the information they need to be able to overcome their challenges and not make it too difficult, is awareness of their surroundings. So there's always in the corner, the top corner of the screen, right where I put the image, is a map of every space you're in, and the dots that represent the enemies. And that cone shows you where the enemies are looking, so you're always aware of where you are and can they see you or not. You're even aware of their how alert they are. If the color is blue, then they're chilled and you can sneak very easily. They will take time to react. They're slow to react, back to the AI reaction time. And if it's yellow, that means they're alert. As soon as they will see you, they will shoot. So you know you better hide for some time. So the player is always aware of their surroundings. And that pushes the difficulty of navigating the space and the enemies a bit down. A more recent example is Metal Gear Solid 5 from 2015. An awareness of the world. So you have the world map whenever you're playing, and you get a lot of information here. You get where you are. There is this blip, the white one, that shows you where your target is for the mission. It shows you the limits of your play area with this rectangle, where your companion is, where all the resources are, and even these things on the right there with the red colors is how prepared the enemy is to fight against you. So these things, we shouldn't hide them from the player. The player needs to be aware of those things to actually enjoy the game, because the challenge is finish the mission, be smart, figure out the best way you do it. It's an open game. And I want to give the player the information they need to overcome that challenge, not to hide it away from them and be like, ha, 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 you didn't know that they had a sniper, did you? Another example is Hitman, Absolution. I think Absolution was the first one they started it, is to give the player a sense of awareness of the world. I don't like it, personally, I turn it off. Luckily, they have an option to turn it off. But you get this, what they call is the something instinct, I don't know, instinct mode or something, where you switch it on, and if the game is too hard, if it's too difficult for you, then what it does, it highlights all the enemies through walls even, and those that are patrolling, you can see this line of flame that shows you where they're actually gonna go. You don't have to hide that. The player then can start to map out or strategize how they're gonna move around the level. Based on that information, they can find their target or to get also using that instinct mode. Very old example, but very good one, is Commandos 2. There are two lines here. When the enemy sees you, again, the awareness, this is both AI and awareness of the space around you. When the enemy sees you, first they have a blue line, they take their time, they're suspicious of you. And then when it turns red, they have spotted you, they're gonna attack. But the point is, again, you're not hiding that from the player. If you designed your game that the enemy will take time, you're telling the player how much time they have. It starts blue and it starts flashing, and then poof, red. And that helps the player. Again, challenge doesn't change. Difficulty is just not as high. They understand what's going on. Another omission of information is the actions, what the player does. How does it affect their game, right? So, Walking Dead, you know, the memeable thing that started, this is the game that started the meme with someone is gonna remember that. They decided, it's like, okay, the player does something, the world will change, the game will react, but how does the player know? Because it doesn't make sense. Again, it's difficult and challenging and a little bit stupid if I do something and it's like, oh yeah, that happened because you did that 2 hours ago. It's like, how the hell should I know, right? So the game decided, it's like, okay, this character is gonna remember what you did, so think about that. So now the player is aware of their consequences, this information. Even in the very old games, Quake, 1996, they don't have to show it to you, but when you find a secret area, it tells you you found a secret area. The reason is the game has stats. It tells you that this level has 3 secret areas. Can you find them all? Okay, you found one. I'm gonna let you know that you found it. And it doesn't always have to be text, by the way. It can be text, graphics, sound effects. With Quake, there is a sound effect that plays when you find something, like as a reward. It's like you found that secret area, good job. And even up to now, the thing that maybe most of you just see but never think about is all the games that have quests. You get a notification that you finished that quest. Think about how weird and hard it's gonna be to play your game when you're doing your quests and be like, okay. And you just go, you give the item to the character and you move on. I was like, okay, did it work? I have no idea what's going on, right? So do not hide this information. Location as well, whereabouts. Silent Hill 2. 2 things in that. I'm almost done, by the way. 2 things about that is the map, right? It's a survival horror, you should find your way. So the first thing that, again, a lot of us don't think about is giving the player a map. So you're aware all the time of your surroundings. And the next beautiful thing that they did, and it's very subtle, and I don't think games did that before Silent Hill 1 and 2, is all those markings on the map, right? And they made it even better with the remake that came out last year. You get those markings. So I'm lost. The challenge is find your way out and survive, but I'm not gonna make it hell for you. I'm gonna give you a map to make you aware of where you're going, and wherever you go and there's a block in your way, you just mark it on the map for you. So again, I'm not making it your life extra hard. You don't have to keep going to the same spot over and over again and be like, ah, right, no, it's blocked. No, now you know, it's like, okay, I need to go here, there's a jukebox, there's a puzzle, I need to solve it there, so the game points out for me. It's like, okay, you need to survive, but we're gonna help you out a bit. We're gonna give you some information about where things are. Fatal Frame series did something really nice, which is when you go around the mansion or the place you're in the map, every door you find, if it's locked and you don't have a key or it's just locked, they mark the door on the map and color it red. Once you unlock the door, or if it's open, they mark it as green. And yellow is, I don't remember, it's something like a door that goes only in one direction. So again, it's information. They don't hide that information from the player. It's gonna be like, ha ha ha, it's a, you know, it's a horror game, so you're gonna be stuck there for hours trying to find the right door. It's not fun. It's just too hard and too annoying and too frustrating. Omitting rules. Yes, hidden rules and breaking rules. Chess, people like it because everyone knows the rules, no one can break the rules. I cannot just suddenly take my rook and go diagonally and be like, yeah, that's the new rule now. You cannot do that. People love Dark Souls and Elden Ring because everyone abides by the same rules. The player has rules and the rules apply on the enemy. So the game feels fair. It's difficult, but it's not difficult to the point that it's just too much or frustrating. If you lose stamina, you cannot fight. The enemy also has a hidden stamina, right? They can attack you, but then they have to stop for a while to get back their stamina and attack again. They can break your poise when you're guarding. You can break their poise. So there are the rules, and the game never breaks those rules. Maybe with the bosses, with the bigger ones, but besides that, the game doesn't break rules and doesn't really hide them from you. They're there. You see them through animations, through sound effects and visuals. Again, Breath of the Wild. The game gives you one rule or one piece of information. You can parry attacks if you time your parry right. Well, guess what? Lionels are one of the toughest enemies in the game, and they have attacks that are crazy. And I found out recently as well that the game respects the rule that if you time your parry right, you will block the attack. This guy throws fireballs at you. If you time your parry right, you can block the fireballs. And you can block their all attacks, and people online will be like, yeah, once you get good with it and you know how to block it, it turns into a teddy bear. Portal gives you the rules, whereas where there is a surface, you can place a portal. It never breaks those rules, and there are no hidden rules. The only rule is the surface has to be flat, and there's one type of surface, like this black one, where you cannot put a portal on it. The game never breaks that rule. It never tells you, no, you cannot do that anymore. Hence, you can cheat around the rules, but not cheating. You bend the rules, and the game empowers you to do that. If you find really weird places to throw your portals and do something and just not do the things that the designers expected, they do not stop you. They're like, these are the rules, we're gonna stick with them. We're not gonna break them. And that's important. So handling the omission, the player must know everything they need to know, right? So the player must know all the rules of your game. You have to respect the rules, because then you're making the difficulty not even hard, it just becomes stupid. And the people will rage quit and leave your game. And there are always exceptions. This is the last thing. There are exceptions to the rules, of course, if it's part of the game, to break the rules or play around with the difficulty, but the player has to be aware that you're actually doing that, so they're in on it. They're enjoying it as well. An example is Trap Adventure 2. The game basically throws out the opposite of everything I just said. It's you jump on a platform, the platform disappears, you stand next to those spikes, the spikes turn around and hit you and kill you. The game just breaks all the rules, but that's the point of the game. It's just a parody, and it's supposed to be fun or funny. Last thing, personal recommendation to know what not to do, and it's all about difficulties, is check out Angry Video Game Nerd channel on YouTube, especially the earlier episodes. Let's say the first, I don't know, 200 episodes. The guy has been around for 15 or 17 years. He's done over 200, but up to the first 200 or whatever. What he does is he plays the worst games ever. Nintendo, Sega, whatever, the old games. But we can still learn something from those old games, because he finds the worst games possible, plays them in a bit of a review kind of way, but it teaches you what frustrates your player, because he actually makes valid points. It's like, why is he angry? Why is the game frustrating? And it's all valid points that he makes. So it's something to think about. It's like, oh, no checkpoints. Controls are
So, we are ready to continue, but first, before we continue with the scheduled program, we'd like to do a small plug. This is the final day when you can order the GameCamp merch. So for that, I don't have the image on, well, at least if you look at the stream, then this is for the stream people for now. We will later put the image for others as well, but today ends our GameCamp merch pre-order, so order it today. We have 2 amazing t-shirts, Gamer Tux and Game Jam Survivor. Very well done designs, and hopefully, yes, every buy supports the event. Thank you. But yeah, to continue now, if we could also get the lights, please. Our next talk will be from a very versatile beat maker. He's been in the music industry for like 7 years now, from 2019 at least. Quick maths, that's wrong. But he's been a very active mentor for TalTech GameCamp as well. Last time he helped us out with the recording booth, which pretty much just allowed you guys to record soundtracks, sound effects, and all that. And hopefully we'll have him this time as well. So please give a warm applause to Martin Turnpuu.
1, 2, 3. Hello guys, how are you doing today? Nice, okay. How many of you actually doing music, sound producing? Show your hands. Okay, not a lot of people, okay. So today I will teach you how you can make easily soundtracks by your own, which you can also use not only at Game Jam, also for sound design companies, for yourself, for artists, and etc. because it's easily the easiest template for everything in music. So, lecture overview. I will start with introduction. Why it's not working? Why it's freeze, basically. I'm turning off slides. Yeah, lecture overview. I will start with introduction. Why do we need music? A little info about myself again. How to start, which materials you can use, which programs. DAW, it's basically sound station. And middleware is basically also sound station, but applies to your Unity engine. Also about plugins, it's instruments in our sound making programs, ways of making music, pretty tips how you can easily start and don't make any mistakes. Also structure, it's about introduction, chorus, hooks, etc. Also about drums, because it's also really important to have groove in your music. A little of music theory, basically how you can easily, by my studies, make little melody, but again, I'm not a music teacher, I'm a sound designer. Also mixing and mastering tips, how you can your mix sound better. Also how to find people who will need your music and even play your games. And also bonus knowledge about pretty useful YouTube links and materials. So let's start. So who am I? I'm again Martin, I work in music normally about 5 years and started doing music for video games about 3 years ago. I also work with big artists, again, was in Tommy Cash video, work with also local famous people like Valgi Tudruk, yeah, etc., etc. I also do sound mostly for indie games, and I have experience also DJing and live performances. So why sound is important? Basically, without sound, like our even music without music, even cinema, even games will be very boring. Again, you can make your game without music, but listener and player won't understand which emotion you wanted to give him, and it will be really boring. Basically, this game will be mostly for technical guys and for some nerds, not for everybody. So, music is the strongest form of magic we got. So, special place, special sound, basically the most common mistakes in sound designers. They just start off adding some sounds which sometimes sound groovy and cool, but they don't fit into the game. For example, you see a lot of TikToks of ships drowning and I don't know, some scary monsters, but if you change music, not too scary, and I don't know, some funny commercial music, it will be really not the same effect. Again, one of the most favorite examples, one of the most famous examples of bad soundtrack is mentioned Basement in Resident Evil. You can listen to it later. Also a lot of rap artists right now, like Lil Pump, Lil Uzi, they're trying to switch again not into their genre, and again it sounds really bad. So the same with games. So here's little tips about which genres you can make on separate games genres. So if you're making indie, basically it can be everything, because indie, it's called independent games, independent music artists also. So basically it can be anything, but sometimes it's pretty simple. It can be 8-bit music, it can be something with less instrument. After that we got action, it's shooters, it's fighting. Basically we're using here electronic music and rock music, which also have like this groovy and hard basses, hard style. And for platformers, they're basically also action music, and can be 8-bit music, which can easily make in free DAWs and in free engines. Also we got simulatory music, which usually is commercial and also pretty simple music to use. And for RPG, we got orchestra and classical. This one also in the end of list, because it's the most difficult music to make. So how to start? Basically, if you want to make music and record it into the games, you need to download DAW, which is, again, SoundStation. For example, free ones is Reaper, which is also often used in some sound designing outsourced firms. If you don't have a computer, you can use GarageBand, which is also pretty easy to use and you have like it in every iPhone. And paid one, Ableton, is one of the most powerful ones. It's common, goes on MacBooks, and like you can put a lot of plugins in your channel that your DAW won't crash. Again, also you got Cubase, which is mostly for recording voiceovers and your sound. And FL Studio is basically one of the most easiest one, made mostly for electronic music and hip-hop middleware. We have Vice and F mode. And for plugins, free one, I recommend you Vital, which is similar to Serum. It's mostly for making electronic music. We got Labs, which is mostly for orchestral and for live instrument. Pretty recommended. Paid one, we got Omnisphere, which is mostly about ambient sound. Contact, which also one of the most professional plugin, which used for, again, orchestra and live music. We got Serum, which is made for electronic music. And drums, pretty much the easiest way to have free drums is just you type free drum kit, free sound, bam, bam. But before download is that you need to read caption. Is it like free to use? If it's not. And paid one, I definitely recommend Cinematics, because they have like all genres and all good orchestral sounds. And firstly, how I recommend you to start. When you're just starting off with a program, I recommend you to use all pre-made melodies, all pre-loved drums. When you, I don't know, just downloaded it, because with this method you will easily understand how your DAW is working and how you can play around in it. After that, I recommend you to start switching to making your own drums, because it's also one of the easiest part of music. Is basically just making your drums on the grind. After that, you can, when you're done with drums, when you're like pretty solid with it, you can start by making your own melody. It's a lot of also YouTube tutorials how you can do it. And after that, record your own vocals. So drums basically is the most essential part of our soundtrack, because it gave us a groove, and drums was the whole time long of our human history, and it's the basics of basics. And so how to start it? Basically, you need to decide in which genre you're making it, and switch and decide which drums you want to use. After that, you decide the tempo. For example, in lo-fi music, it's around 80 to 100 BPM, and if you're making some rock or techno, it's around 160 BPM. After that, how I made it, I'm basically putting snare on each 8 step just to give it a little groove and it repeating, because after that you can build your kicks on it. Kicks also is one of the grooving part of our drums, which is also giving us a groove and like this low sound of this low rhythm. And after that, when you're done with your kicks and drums and kicks, you can make percussion, which is also giving us a little of rhythm. Little of melody theory. Basically, if you want to write a melody, you need to decide which scale to do, minor or major. Minor is mostly for sad music and for something dramatic, and major is for more melodic music and more funny kind music. And our melody consists of 7 notes again, and distance between our notes is seminotes. We got whole tones, semitone and tone. Basically, whole tone is distance in one note, and seminote is distance of 0 notes basically. And notes also have sizes like whole, half, quarter, 8, 16. And how it works in our DAW, you can see. So right here is the distance of our notes. So if you skip in one, it's whole note, and here is semi-note. And here is also, you can see here, for example, whole note is half note, and smaller, it's 8th note and 16th note. So here's easy scale, how you can build it. For minor one, we skip in whole note, semi-note, whole, semi, whole. You can, I don't know, take a picture, just remember it by watching live stream, but it's basically how you're doing it. After you build it, it can be from C note, D note, etc. And you can mute it and build it around here. And for major scale, it's whole, semi, whole, semi again. You don't need to remember it, you can watch stream, but basically it's how I'm doing it. So when you're done with it, we already have some melodic loop, which can be pretty repetitive if you keep it like that. So that's why to make engagement, we need to make a structure. So our structure starts with introduction. Basically, it's 5 to 3 seconds, which leading us to understanding which melody we got, which soundtrack we got. It's just saying hi to our listener, to leading him to what happening next. After that, we got curve, we got verse, which is pretty common part of the song. Is basically not the hardest one, but not the beginning of it. We got our listener feeling of it. It's around 30 to 60 seconds. After that, we having chorus or hook, which is also around 1 minute. Basically, it's one of the most hardest, most grooving part of our music. We just catching his attention and making him, dance or be attracted to our song. After that, again, can be verse or bridge. Bridge is mostly also preparing for another hook. After that, we again got hook, which is also catching attention of our listener. After that, we got outro, basically ending our song in good way and saying goodbyes to our listener. It's around 5 to 30 seconds. So quite of mixing. When you're done with your structure, drums and melody, now we go into the mixing. Mixing consists of sound balance, equalizing, compressing, saturation, vibration, distortion, etc. So here is a little overview with little guidelines. So sound balance is basically when you're making our sound on same level. Basically, we don't need our drums to sound too loud, melody too loud. Basically, we need to balance so none part of your track taking all the attention. So that's why we need sound balance. After that, for example, if a melody gets some little harsh vocal, we can equalize it. Basically, for example, if our melody gets a lot of basses, we can just work with equalizer at basically around 20 decibel. This is our bass, and we can cut it out with equalizer. And again, if we have a lot of highs, we can do the same stuff, but on 20k decibels. Here's how it look like in real life. You can see, because all the plugins is in our computer's imitation of real life plugins. After that, we got compression. Basically, we're making our music and our notes sound in the same level, so it won't hurt our ear. And basically, compressor is making this sound wave sound a little bit boxy and looking a bit boxy. So next mixing tips, we can saturate our sound, which basically making it a bit warmer, making it a bit better for our ear. Also, we got reverberation, which is sound of room or ambience, which is basically making our mix bigger or have some space on it. Delay is basically repeating of our melody, but by plugin and making it a bit of echo. And distortion, we all know it's basically making our bass drums sound harsher and more punchy and more dirty. And after that, we got end mastering. Basically, we put all our sounds together on one channel, one track, and mixing it and sounding it better in mix. So networking tips. Basically, if you made already a melody, you can keep it in your, somewhere in high drive, but it's better to put it out also in games, because I see a lot of musicians, they just put in our music by themselves, so I'm doing for myself, but you can also sell it sometimes or use somewhere. For example, in real life, I'd recommend you to go to game dev meetups for job opportunities, for meeting new people, for also finding clients if you're selling music. Also, good one is studio camps if you need some advice and mentoring. We got Helix Sound Camp, which is very good in Tallinn, and Sound Desk. And also chilling, also going to concerts where you can also meet a lot of same-minded people. And in internet, it can be Discord for meeting people about and having some calls. Reddit is basically for advices and some links to free plugins, LinkedIn job opportunities, and TikTok just basically recommend you to post yourself, so you also will be noticed. And networking tips, again, here is a little overview where you can go, Helix Studio, Moby Dictum, and here is going also for some vacation trips. And be creative, yes, guys. If you want to be a creative person, you need to listen to different genres, to try other game dev spheres, to not to burn out and see where you can also fit, and get out of your comfort zone, making little lives, meeting new people, try to push yourself. And be creative, yes, taking breaks, be respectful, motivate yourself, because it's important to take breaks, even in game dev, not to just burn out. And yeah, be respectful, meaning just you never know what people can achieve, and basically you can build yourself together, be a team, and motivate yourself and others. And useful materials, if you want to learn sound design, definitely recommended to watch Vice 101 course. It's about how to use middleware and put your sound into a game. Simon Servida, I also watch him. He is good, have good music theory and good advices on also how to build many different genres. And Genius Deconstructed or similar searches, basically it's better way to learn from each other when person is deconstructing music you like and you see how it was done step by steps. And yeah, manuals basically inside of DAOs and many game engines also use manuals how to use this engine or this plugin and etc. Or if you bought a real life plugin. Yes, a little overview of it. And do you have any questions? Plugins? Which one? This one, no? Yeah, is this one? Yes. For free ones, basically, they also FL Studio got built on plugins which you can also use, and I know a lot of producers also used it. And you just can add plugins. They have a lot of free plugins for sound design, for melodies, for any genres, and also even drums. Yes. Actually, I sometimes use it when I don't have any ideas for my melodies. Basically, I don't think they will took our job, but basically, if you're thinking you will be replaced by AI, basically, I recommend you also to be technical sound designer because they are also much needed in the industry right now. But I use Suno for making melodies sometimes if I don't have any ideas. Yes. Instrument. Yeah, of course, definitely. I think one supporting stuff is just try it around and be again creative because you never know what will work out. Yeah, you just can record some sound of door and distort it again, making it shorter. It's just about your, yes. With who? With people who are taking sample of, yes? Yes, definitely by myself. But I have a lot of stories when I got, robbed because I don't have any list. I definitely recommend you to lose this list. Search them, there are a lot of on the internet, or maybe have some. Yes.
So for a game soundtrack, the song structure would it be different that you would leave out the outro, or how would you?
Actually, this is. Let me turn back. Basically, it depends also. It's the most popular way of making structure. Again, you can mix it up, but basically don't mix up intro and outro, what I recommend, because it will be sound very strange if you have, drop, and after that it's just one instrument. It's, yes. Yeah, basically you can just repeat verse, chorus, then after that got bridge, again chorus, and then repeat this process. Yeah. I also do sound effect, but this lecture is about making soundtracks mostly. Yeah, of course, because sound effects can also be used as drums again, and they also help you to build bridge and drop for a song sometimes. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you for your attention. Here's my socials if you want to. Yeah, thank you, guys.
Here's a gift from us as well, and thank you very much. Another applause to Martin. So, now we've reached the part in our schedule where we're gonna have another 15-minute break. Then we're gonna begin with the workshop. If you go outside, we'll have people wearing the GameCamp hoodies. They will direct you to the rooms where the workshop will happen, and then we will be streaming the speaker from here to the rooms, and you will have a hands-on paper prototype game dev canvas workshop. So let's see you all at 1 p.m. in those respective rooms. And yeah, get some coffee, stretch your leg. Thank you. of course, as a small reminder, we are actually selling merch, and the pre-order form is out now. We have 2 amazing t-shirt designs. One is the Gamer Tux t-shirt from last year, and another one, Game Jam Survivor. So definitely be sure to purchase them because every order helps support the event. Thank you very much to all the people who have ordered. And also, GameCamp is brought to you by these amazing companies. Thank you all very much for supporting us with your efforts. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to TalTech GameCamp BootCamp. We are going to have a small delay as well. We'll be continuing at 1:15. Our speaker is still arriving due to complications, and once he's here, we'll set everything up and we can continue with the workshop. So sit tight. If you're on site, grab a coffee. If not, grab a snack or something, stretch your leg a bit more, and we'll soon start with the workshop. Thank you for your patience, guys. Thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've had a little bit of a technical thing, but no worries. Our presenter is here. He's a very talented game developer and educationer from Education, Finland. So please give a warm applause to the one and only Juha Huhtakallio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, everybody. And sorry for the hassle. I was taken to the wrong place, but luckily I found with everybody's help here. So today we're going to do a few things. I'm here because I've heard quite many of you might have problems in finding a game idea, making that game idea into an actual game, having too much content coming up, all these kind of typical problems. So we'll go through those. So we're going to be doing 3 things today. I'll first give you an insight on like typical things I've learned while doing games from game design perspective. Then we'll work on your game design canvases, and after lunch we will do something exciting, which will take you to the very deep core of how games are done. Here's a little background from me. I worked with about 100, also more published games. I've stopped counting. I received about 30 industry awards. I did build the biggest game education for Finland for Metropolia. I've created game design canvas, which we'll see today. Then there's Bits1 student competition, which I created. While building this game education, I saw there was a lot of talented students. At the same time, I would go to the Finnish Game Awards and hear people from the industry say, like, we're lacking talent. So there was definitely a gap there. So I started Bit1 competition, and now it's part of the Finnish Game Awards yearly. So these same people now see the talent in the students. I've done a lot of international mentoring during lecturing, like today. I've been a game programmer, designer, lately manager, worked in companies like Housemarque, Digital Chocolate, Kuasema, and latest as PlayStack, which is the publisher of Balatro. People don't use it, know PlayStack, but they know Balatro. So I'm the general manager for the Helsinki studio, and I do discovery. And I've started education, which is providing game education in various formats. But to give some idea on how I see things, I think games is the only reasonable thing you can do with computers, right? And another thing all game developers should always remember, if reality would be fun, well, fun enough, we wouldn't be making games, right? That's what's brought us here. But at the same time, you could say, quite often I see developers in trouble because they're trying to emulate the real life. And that's very difficult, but also maybe not so much fun. So it results in trouble. So after doing, as a designer, I worked on like tens and tens of games, and I started seeing some patterns happening. Games are about collecting, construction, exploration, socialization. People on the same game might have different reasonings, but they all have some reason why they are in the game, which has brought them to the game. So this is something you should understand. What kind of audience are you looking to serve? What do you expect them to want to do in your game? And then serve them as well as possible. Then also when doing those games, I started seeing these components or these parts that the game is done of. And I'll actually share this later so you can all get this. But like these are kind of the parts that are moving in the game production-wise. So you need to have these covered. And from a design perspective, like if you change the theme, it will affect story, which will affect the content amount, which will affect the user interface, and the visuals will change and so on. So either end of these boxes you go and change will affect the other end of it. So kind of to understand the extent of what a simple change somewhere might actually cause. And today we'll, because you're going to be going to a game jam, which is a lot about ideas, to talk about ideas, I also noticed that ideas tend to categorize in 3 different types. One is you come up with the mechanics. So you have the mechanics, which is great. You might have the theme, okay, let's make a car manufacturing plant simulation. Or you have the story, will tell the story about the kid getting from rags to riches. But what's typical here, that you usually have one of these. You might have two, but you don't have three. So you might, of course, question, do you need a story? I always think there should be some story, at least the background story, to give context and like meaningful approaches in the game design. But anyways, what I want to say here is like, if you come up with the mechanics, you just then think of the theme and then of the story. And quite often people, when they think of the theme is like pirates, zombies, space, the first one that comes to their mind, and not really playing around with that theme or trying different themes. And a good theme, how to recognize it, is something after you try that one and put it in, it won't come off. You can't change it anymore. It will explain everything in the game and everything makes sense. So it's really important in that sense. Also, quite often when I see concepts of games, they might have the idea described. The goal of what to do might not be clear. Well, if the goal is there, then the challenge of the game isn't really thought out. So what might happen is that the challenge becomes quite repetitive or doesn't hit your target group, that kind of things. And the goal, challenge, reward is, I'd say, is the basic loop of any game. And to visualize that, I created this. So when you see a game the first time, you pretty much always ask, like, what is this game about? You see it in the store, you're going to go and like, what is this game about? If you don't get answered, you'll go to the next game. If you get answered, then you're going to ask, like, okay, how do I play this? What is this game about? Again, if you don't get answered, you'll go to the next game, and so on. But once you start the game, you should first have a clear understanding, what is the goal in the game? What should I be doing? If you don't get this, again, you'll exit the game, right? Once you get your goal, there should be some challenge there. So let's say we have this zombie game and there's a house, and your first goal is to go and clear the house, meaning you need to go and enter the house, you need to clear it of zombies. And okay, now you know your goal. Then the next thing is like, is there a challenge to that? So maybe the challenge is to finding the guns or how to do that. Once you do that and the house is clear, you should be rewarded, given a satisfaction. And in many games, these are like in Half-Life, when you, in the very beginning, you break some boxes to unreveal a corridor. That is actually a reward, because you get forward and you see more places to go, and you might get a gun and a crowbar and so on. But these are the rewards that keep you going. So as a simple rule of thumb, whenever the player does what you want them to do, go and reward them. And you can never reward too much. But then so now you cleared the first house, then you might see there's another house on top of the hill, there's a little girl on the second floor. Your goal is to go and rescue her, and so on and so on and so on. So this is the loop where you get into. And once this loop works, that is how the player gets engaged and keeps continuing the game. And at some point, you're going to ask, like, why am I doing this? And I think a good example for these are all the first-person shooters, where you do that for a while, then very shortly you're going to start wondering, like, why am I doing this? What's the point in this? If it is a first-person shooter, it is very repetitive. But this is usually where the storyline comes in, and the storyline might be on the level like, go and save the planet, save the world. And that gives you the reasoning, and that gives you the long-term goal to go and continue the game forward. But as a game designer, as a publisher, because I do discovery on games and all these aspects, some questions when I'm presenting with games are like, what is the goal, what is the challenge, and then also what is unique. So, because when you go to the store, you're looking to find that what text, and the thing behind that is you want to know what is unique about this game. Is this something new I haven't experienced yet? Is there something that's really interesting to me? And that is really important, especially from the publishing perspective. because there's no point in publishing games that have been done already, especially if they're well done and they sell already. There needs to be some angle to it, always. Then in all the game productions, this is a very difficult thing, and this is what we're going to practice on the afternoon. What is the core? And quite often, even in the team, people might have a different understanding what the core is, which means people are making a different game, which means they're prioritizing different things, which means they are not aligned on their understanding what the game is. And as small as you can make this, like one sentence, the better. That will help you a lot. Then after like passing all these points, and so the goal is clear, the challenge is clear, there's something unique in there, and you start playing the actual game, there should be variation in the core gameplay. So often when people pitch me games, my question is like, how will the game evolve? So the basic gameplay is there, but then my next concern is like, will it actually variate well enough on that sense? Think about like Candy Crush, which has like more than 1,000 levels. How did they variate that? Kind of things. Risk and reward, as a game design perspective, is pretty important. And this is one of the ways, quite effective way of bringing out the challenge in the game. So here's an example from game design perspective. So let's say you have this road and you can go either to the left cage or the right cage, and you see what's in those. As a game designer, you have some amount of health, some amount of money, and you can place monsters and money in the caves. And now the question is like, which one of these would you do from a game design perspective? Anybody? D? I heard D. Any other choices?
Go left also works because you have 2 boxes of gold. There's more risk.
Sorry, which one?
F.
Mm-hmm. So are you saying F good or?
I think so, because you get more gold, but then you have to fight the opponent.
From game design perspective, the only viable option is E. In D, why would you ever go to the cage which has monsters? What do you gain out of that? Nothing. In F, you would always go to the cave with money. So think of these if you put this in a series. So in that case, you will never go to the right one in D, because it will always be monsters. You lose health until you die. In F, you would just get money, and there's no real challenge there. But in E, the other one has 1 bag of money, 1 monster, where the other one has many bags of money and many monsters, which means you can choose how big of a risk you take, and the reward of the amount of money will be accordingly. So if you're low on health, you probably take the one on the left. If you're confident and or you need a lot of money, you'd probably go to the E. But the player would then accept whatever happens because it was the player's choice on which cave they took. And this is kind of like what's also like the Sid Meier's series of interesting choices. If you put lots of E's in a row, it kind of makes sense. Well, this is a very rough level example, but it would make sense for the player. Then there's the learning curve. So you might have everything well, but you haven't adjusted your learning curve to your target group. So that's the one thing also to understand, who is your target group. For everybody, it's not a target group. And typical issues might be you make it too hard because you play it every day, or you make it too low when it doesn't hit your target audience. Also, you should notice it's not a straight line, so it does variate. It's kind of like in movies. They start with a chase, then you catch your breath, then there's another chase, and so on. It's kind of similar. Well, a lot of this is to do with problems. There's some common problems that keep arising everywhere. I've been in Asia, I've been into Arabic countries, and so on and so on, and the problems are the same. And the biggest problem that keeps coming up is the communication. And this is with the team. So let's say you have this brilliant idea. how do you communicate that to others? So that is one of the talent things for game designers or any developers, to communicate that in a form that others understand it in the way you mean it. But then also you need to do the same for the players. So often I see teams struggling, like players just drop out of the game. And it is usually to do with this understanding. The players don't know what to do. They don't know where to go. Simple things like this. In production teams, I always recommend to have 2 channels. One is like the small channel, which is where you say everything. You can talk about the weather and what your dog did today. But then you have the big channel, which is separate from that, and that is where you put everything decided on record, and it has nothing else, so you can easily find those. This is also something I do in productions, so I haven't seen this in any like Scrum or Agile things, but I think for games this works very well. So every time somebody starts working on something new, we make a presentation of that on what should be done. Once again, just to recap that. The second problem is, it is a bit about the communication, but it's just the understandability. So kind of like, let's say, when your boat leaves the harbor, which means when the player starts playing the game, you will just get holes in the boat until it sinks. And those holes come from people not understanding what to do. And that's a very easy way to lose your players. Here's an example of one game I saw at Aalto University, and they were wondering that nobody's playing their game. And the starting position was that the player was standing on the rock, looking at the sea, and they wanted the player to go to the house. And this is a general example I do in the game design courses, where everybody needs to come up with 5 ways on how to take the player to the house. And there's many ways, like you could have a storm in the sea, or there's rain on the places you don't want to go. There can be a path on the ground. There can be a sign saying go to the house. There can be an arrow pointing to the house and the door. There can be light coming from the house. There can be music. There can be text on the top of the screen. There can be a fence around the player, blocking from going anywhere else. And we could turn the player to look at the house, kind of things. Just an example of how the visual language or the setting can make a big difference. But like what, how, and why are the questions the players will ask, so when they start the game. And you need to think on how you're going to answer these. And sometimes designers think they're clever, more clever than the players, and they feel even shy or embarrassed on guiding too much because they think that shows their game isn't perfect. But no game is perfect. You can never, I'd say, rather guide too much, embarrassingly too much, just to ensure those players get in. Because it is a quite big difference if you get 70% of the players to complete the tutorial compared to 20%. And you should ask yourself always, at this point, what information does the player need to know? So that information should be always visible and available. So it is a question on being on the player's side. So help the player. There's nothing wrong with that. Absolutely nothing. Quite often I hear people like, okay, that's a problem. Let's put it in the text. But nobody reads the text. You can't rely on that. So the way to fix that needs to be something else. And the other thing I hear, okay, let's put it in the tutorial. Quite many players want to skip the tutorial. So these are 2 big problems. And if you think of Angry Birds, and you take any screenshots of Angry Birds, I'd argue that people know just from the screenshots, seeing the visuals there, on what to do in this game. They understand it's a game. There's a slingshot on the other end with something round, like a rock, and there's things on the other side which looks like they're going to just collapse at any moment. So you kind of understand, like, okay, getting that thing from the slingshot to these breakable things will make things happen. And then you don't need any tutorial or any text to explain that. The visuals and the game setting does that. And this is, again, where the theme comes in. And the theme can help on this when you have the right theme. Not sure how often I see in game productions like outlining like how much time we're going to use on positive feedback or supporting the player. This should always be like one part of the production plan, just the reserved time that we get things right for the player. Another thing in teams that I expect that in Game Jam you might be looking to focus on making a lot like different kind of trees. But rather than having 100 different trees which all are static and do nothing different, I'd have just one functional item which does something. So I'd always prefer those. Then the uniqueness. So this is very important. Like I said, from the publishing point of view, commercial point, if you look at the start of startup, you should have a unique selling point. And this shouldn't be just anything. This should be something you can explain and others can understand, but you should actually lose your sleep about it. And even better if the publisher can't sleep about it after hearing about it. Something that happens also often is like you put everything there. You have a new idea, you have a new mechanics, you're going to make the UI new, you're going to make the text reading approach new, you're going to just change everything. So there's going to be nothing conventional there. And these kind of games have a bit of a problem because not only does the, let's say publisher have to understand just the UI function, let's say, and the gameplay. There's so much to grasp. So in these cases, it's the best to have just that new innovation in the gameplay, and everything else can rely on the conventional approaches, making it easier to identify the new stuff and getting into that. So in that way, the innovation can be friend and enemy. I did that. I came up with an idea, then I thought the UI in a new way. I thought everything in a new way, and then it became really complex. So I learned it the hard way. Also in the game ideas, people love complex structures and complex environments, but quite often, especially on the mobile games we did, simplicity was really important. And a good way to test simplicity is to write a help text for it. If you can't write it in 2 sentences, it's too complex. That's what we learned on those. Then the target group. So like I said, it can't be everybody. It needs to be some specific target group. Is it going to be males from US 30s to 40s? Or is it going to be something else? So this is something to really think about. And you can have a few target groups. You can make a profile of persons in that target group. And to start with that. Theme. So like I said, theme is something like people don't usually utilize that well. And they go with the easiest one. So this is definitely something where there's a lot of room to play around. So I would urge every one of you, when you come up with a game idea and you have a theme to it, try other ones. Try the ones you think won't fit. That can also teach you something about the game. Storyline, like I said, I'm a big fan of storyline. And so whenever possible, I include a storyline. It might not always be visible, it might be just one intro box in the very beginning, but even that can explain the game world and why the items in the game world are as they are, kind of things. And games are a lot about emotions, on bringing those out. And this is so actually next time you play a game, when you start the game, you could have a paper next to you and a pen and write down all the emotions you go through. There's actually quite a lot of those, including things like frustration sometimes. But these are something also you should keep in mind, like which emotions will I be aiming for. and targeting for. And while working at Digital Chocolate, which actually all the Superset founders were there, and with them this was our key thing. It always needs to be fun, and we need to be dead honest about the game. Is it still fun? And if it wasn't fun, then we had big problems. So out of all these learnings, while teaching, I started with having a 2-pager. People would write their concept there. Then I heard about business model canvas, and I was asked could that be applied for game design? And I thought, like, well, yes. And this is what came out of it. And this is something I believe you've been handed out. But this is a very efficient tool for outlining your game idea and getting feedback. So I've seen people like in 20 minutes outlining their huge game just here, and then handing it forward and getting feedback already in a minute or so. So this is amazingly efficient. If you look on a bit closer, the green line on the top is actually your pitch. So it is about I'm making a PC game where the zombies are taking over the world. Your mechanics is a traditional first-person shooter. We have a flamethrower, which is our unique thing. The meta game is like freeing one village at a time. These are the things you usually need to talk about with publishers. And the blue one is your target and market. So like who you're making this for, the target group. And very important is the market research. So don't go meeting a publisher without doing the market research, because they're going to tell like, oh, wasn't this and this game done already, which sold this and this many copies? And you should know that. Feature list is also important for you and when talking to publishers, so everybody has an understanding like, are we looking to make a game for like 2 hours or 20 hours? Is it going to be like 20 levels or 200 levels? Is there going to be 5 different characters or 500 kind of things? The yellow boxes are the core of the game, and in the unique and monetization is your commercial potential. So you should have this unique aspect to make the publisher lose their mind, and the monetization is how you're going to make this game monetize, in case you're looking to make it in a business or running a business. And the gameplay is pretty much in the mechanics, goal, challenge part. So thinking of the goal and challenge and how those parts work. And then the gray one, there's a storyline, how you're going to incorporate the positive feedback, the visual style, a first level mock-up, which usually when paper, you can draw it on the other side. And quite often people have a vision of their game, thinking of their game, and then when they actually draw their first level, they realize like, oops, I'm missing quite a lot, and where does this and that go, and how does the score count, and that kind of things. But this is the tool it's available at gamedesigncanvas.org. It's available there for free, and you can even save it nowadays there. And here's also the canvas with the explanations on it. Yeah, and quite often if you have a box that's empty and not filled, that means trouble. If you're struggling on filling one of these boxes, that is usually trouble. It will show in the production or when looking to make this into a product at some point. That's pretty much the part I had. I don't know, can we take questions here? Does that work?
Doesn't seem to be any from the live chat. I do have a question.
We have a question. Yeah.
The slide about the innovation and how you learned the hard way between you and old, what was the example? Possible.
Oh, you mean the game?
Yeah, elaborate on it. Like what was so neat?
Okay, I'm trying to remember what game. So the question was like, what was the game where I kind of redid everything and innovated everything? Yeah, I think it was a game where at the time there was Suma. Suma was quite popular, and we were looking to make a puzzle game, and I came up with this idea where, let me think. Well, it had these bubbles which you would join. And usually that kind of game was played from bottom to top. And what I did, I made it so that you rotated the world. And I don't remember it exactly, but like that was already quite new and revolutionary. But then I also, for like, well, I played with everything possible, like the score counting, the economy, monetization model and everything. And yeah, and at some point we realized like it needs to be scaled down a lot in that sense. Yeah. Can we have any other questions here?
I have another one.
Okay.
Waiting for one in the chat. So I'm curious about the target group bit. And like, I guess my question is, I can see the market research thing. I can see like these are examples that prove that there is an audience for the kind of game that you're making. How useful is it actually to have like a binary gender divide and say like, oh, I'm making this for 30 to 40-year-old males, as opposed to I'm making this for, say, casual players who play on their phone while commuting, doesn't matter what age or what country?
It is very useful, and this will of course depend on your game genre and type. I mean, if you're making a first-person shooter, the target group is going to be somewhat different than the casual audience. And in some of these target groups, you can go quite specific on the age, and in some of these, you actually will have a wider audience. And like first-person shooters for males can be from 15 to 50 or so. And whereas some games are quite niche, and they are targeting for certain specific groups, and they identify like dog lovers are not served, so they might be providing a game especially for dog lovers, like a dog trimming simulator or something like this kind of thing.
Anyways, we have some chat questions.
Oh, okay. Is it here?
Starting from here.
Here.
Close to-
Okay, a bit more about the positive feedback session. So the positive feedback section is like whenever the player does what is expected. And usually the positive feedback is like, if the player fails a level, you can say like, you were really bad, you're not good at all at this, why are you even playing this? That is not supportive. You could say, okay, try again. That is like in the mid-ground, or you can say, you almost did it, I knew you will do it the next time. That is positive feedback. That is supportive feedback. Then also like, it's about all this bling. So when you press a button, stars will emit. They will transform. When you level up, there's stars flying, then confetti coming, and all these kind of positive indicators. Usually the animators and visual indicators and the supportive text kind of like make this positive feedback.
Yep, we have one more.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an interesting question. So the question is about like using AI on making the game look and design canvas. I haven't tried that, so can't say I'll have to try and see what comes out of that. But I'd guess it will give you some overall results, which are not specific for a specific case. And for AI to understand the very core and heart of your game might not happen. So it can be helpful in giving direction, but I'm not sure it would solve your actual issue. All right. So I think next we could start with the workshop, next part, and start doing your canvases, right? Yeah. And I believe after this I can go around. Yes. Okay, let me change the slides to the next set. Oh, now you saw it. No, not that one. Yes. So what I want you to do, and this emulates real-life situations. So as a game designer, I didn't get to choose. A couple of times I would work on the game that was based on my idea, but usually it would come from the product management, identifying like unserved groups, like the dog trimmers kind of things. And we would also have similar cases where crosswords, we would take a case of crosswords, making crosswords a casual game, and that was given to me as the assignment. So I'm going to give you a similar assignment you might get in a game company, working on casual games. So what I want you to do is recreate this for me. So I want you to redesign Pong, and here is your targets for it. So it needs to be interesting, so whenever somebody sees that in the store, and of course you can check for reference, but it needs to be interesting, outstanding from all the other 50 or 500 different Pongs. The mechanics needs to be there, enough that we can call it Pong and identify it as a Pong, which basically means you're hitting a ball from one end to the other. I know not everybody can keep to this, and you want to go wild and just go, be creative. But, and then the target is for casual audience. And again, you can go wild on that if you want to make a horror Pong, do that. But the most important thing is you should think of how to make this last for 6 hours. It's easy to make a Pong where you hit the ball for 6 hours. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for meaningful content and things inside the game to make it interesting. And this is where I want you to use the canvases. So next I'll go to the rooms over here, so I can give you more guidance on these. You can start working on these. And after lunch, we will check into the Pongs, and we'll start doing the fun stuff on working on those Pongs. Right? All right. Thank you.
So, thank you once again to Juha for the lecture part. Now you will have half an hour time to work on the canvases individually, and then we'll have lunch, and then later on we'll do a small team practice as well, and then hopefully we can give you some feedback as well on your prototypes. So half an hour starts now, and 14:30 is when the exercise should end and lunch should begin. So thank you. Good luck. Hello, 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 wonderful people. Thank you for the awesome exercise. Now comes the well-deserved lunchtime. So if you haven't already, head back to the main hall. You will be able to turn in your lunch stamp, and then you will get some tasty lunch from our partner Plus Catering. So, bon appetit. We'll see you in 45 minutes. Take care.
Is it on? Yes. All right. I hope everybody had a good lunch and you're back in your positions. We'll go to the next round and we'll be hasty on this one. So you all worked on your Pong. I won't have time to go through individual ones, Pongs, but that's not the point today. So what we're going to do, I'll show you some slides of what you could have done. You could have combined it with another game and had some features added to it, like multi-ball. Then you have breakable walls, so you have new elements. So this is all related to understanding the core components of the game, then adding new elements like power-ups, missiles. That's one part of the Pong, playing with the elements of it. Then you have new game modes, so you have breakable walls, you have collectible items, you change the level shape in various ways. That's one part of it, but then you could start working with the setting. So here's one example. So rather than having a ball, you have multiple ducks trying to eat buns, which you're blocking with your own boats. That's one approach of how to doing it. And or it could be termites eating the houses. And then you can add a story, which has chapters on how the story advances. So this is one example of how to advance it. But there's way more you can do. And, there's a lot of things you can do, up to like character development, racket updates, changing the viewport, having various game modes. One of my favorites I always think about is anti-pong. So you make the opposite of not hitting the ball, kind of thing. And then you have also all these kind of things like XP leveling up. So high scores, leaderboard, achievements. So there's a lot of stuff happening. And usually when I do this in game design course, what I do at this point, I take everybody's Pong and I put it in a big wall where we put all these features over there. And that simulates what happens in production. You're going to get those features from your fellow designers, team members, the producer, your design boss, your company management. If there's an external stakeholder, all of those will give you feedback on what should be in the game. And the result is like you have all of this for your game. And that simulates the problem you have of too much content, too many features, and in the end, where to focus. And that's the key of our second round, to look into where to focus. Here's a couple of other things you could add, like dairy awards and leaderboards. So next, what we're going to do, I think we're still looking to find paper and post-its. Hopefully we get those. If we don't, we'll have to be a bit creative. But what I want you to do is create teams. Ideally, you would all go into random teams, take a photo of the Pong you were working on, but you can also go in your pairs or stay in your team if you want, so you can have a little bit of freedom here. But the key thing is like you select one Pong out of all these Pongs and you start working on that. And be quick on this, don't get too long stuck with this, because then what I want you to do is identify all the features in this Pong. And what I want you to do is put one feature on one, well, if it's not going to be a post-it, take a piece of paper, put one feature per one piece of paper, and then I want you to divide these. So you have the big papers in the rooms, divide that into 3 columns, being core, extended, and wish list. So I want you to divide each feature into one of these categories. And the key why doing this is that everybody in that team understands that this feature is a core feature, this one is an extended. I've seen quite often people go into production and still some people are thinking a wishlist feature is a core feature and a core feature is a wishlist. So this is to clarify that. But we'll give you about 40 minutes to do this. So form the teams, select the Pong, and then start identifying the features and put them one feature per one piece of paper and divide them to the core extended wish list. I'll now go to the rooms and see everybody knows what to do. All right, time is up. So hopefully by now you have come to a conclusion. What is your game idea? Made it into a full game or so with the sheets of the core, extended, and wishlist. And I think every team did decide on the game, did have the features outlined. Some of you might be still doing the final details. But now we should have a game and the initial idea, what's the core of it, and what are the extended parts which we want to have in the release, and then wishlist everything else. And just as a note, you soon have your unique thing in the core, hopefully. And hopefully that was also in the canvas mentioned in the unique. But it's not uncommon that it happens that the unique stuff is not in the core or not in the mentioned in the canvas and the unique part. But this is kind of like, we're doing this is simulating real life. So let's say you have this game idea, ping pong today, you get somebody interested, so the investor might ask you to define like, what is this game actually about? Could you define it in more detail to give the understanding of like what's essential, what is not? So this is what we did on the first round. And naturally, as there's so many of you, we can't go through and present this, so we'll skip this part. And we will now, we have taken the game you have to the investor and shown it, pitched it, shown like this is the core of our game, this is the extended part of it, and this is what we hope to do if we have time. And now, after doing that, we're going to get to the next round. And what we are doing today is like simulating the game production with all these features going around. And in the next rounds, we're going to kind of like do a crash course, what happens in game production. And this is very useful for you in a game jam because this will help you to understand where to focus and how to find where to focus. What is the key of your game? What is the core? But here's the first round of feedback from the investor. What is the feedback you need to do? So, he's happy with it, but he wants you to add storyline, the public level editor, and mini games included to the core. But you need to take 3 parts out of the core to replace them. If you have like storyline in the core already, then there's optional like Facebook leaderboard achievements and these kind of things. So you need to, but the key thing is you need to change 3 things in the core. Hopefully the ones he's requiring, or then the ones in the smaller box. But anyway, put in 3 of the things he demands and take away 3 things. So this is going to be your next round. You'll have about 10-15 minutes to do this. All right, so this round is done, and there's many purposes of doing this. So one thing, when you start working with publishers, investors, anybody funding your project, they're going to have something they want in the game. And no matter, I've lived this with achievements, in-ups, social features, NFTs, now it's AI. So there's always something that they want to have in the game, no matter if they understand it or not. One key thing here is that as a designer, this is something you need to get used to it. And why this can be difficult for some people is like you make your perfect game, you've figured it out, you've thought all out, and then comes this. And that breaks the game. And quite often, like, if you look at these things, storyline, public level editor, minigames, these are very different things. Storyline is a single player thing, it requires storyline puts in, level selection, unlocking system, XPs, this kind of stuff. Whereas public level editor is more like a multiplayer thing and requires like a community stuff. And minigames is yet again something different. So these are very different on purpose. But this is on the purpose that you understand that when these kind of things are required to your game, it can change your game quite a lot. So you need to also think of each one of these, how they would affect your game. Naturally, we here don't have that time to go into detail on that. But anyways, like on production-wise, if this is a requirement from somebody paying the salaries, it will mean something in the production has to change. Initial production plan can't hold all of this. Something needs to be dropped out. And this is something that as a designer happens all the time. I have the priority list in my head of the features, what's are in, how big there are. And if something like this comes up, I know what to drop, put into wish list and so on. So this is a constant thing that happens as a designer. It's something where first game, it will be horrible, it will be terrible to do, to change the brilliant idea, but the more you do it, the more used to you get into it. And that's part of the professionalism. Another thing, I was to say something else. But yeah, that's basically the what we're doing this round. This might have been, and in some cases, funny enough, what happens quite often in many teams, some people feel like their game has gone ruined. It's gone from great to horrible. But it is not uncommon the opposite way, that people doing these things actually realize, hey, this is the part we were missing. Now our game has a cohesive meaning, and now we should focus on that, or the initial idea we had now works really nicely. So what I'm doing as a point here also is like, you should play around with these. You should have a set of features and try them through in your game and see what fits and what doesn't. Because too often we get stuck with the initial idea we have and we just stick with that. But this was maybe a bit tough. I heard some people saying like, "Ooh, well, wait till the next round. The next round is going to be way more horrible." Ready? Here we go. So he wants now you to count all the nodes you have in core and extended. Out of that amount, take half out. And you can take away the things he wanted and assisted. So half away. All right, that was that round. We all hate him, right? That's horrible. But some good arguments about this, like, is that the other option of doing it this way is not doing it and then not defining things as you go to production. What that means is along the way of the production, you will encounter these things. But on the way there, you'll probably argue, people will be in disagreement for ages, because you haven't settled on what the game actually is. So when you do this in the very beginning, and you do it visually so that everybody sees what the game actually is, what is in the core, what is in the wish list, and so you actually have defined in the team what the game is, and then the ride there is smooth. So rather than going on an endless bitter argument during the production of what the game actually is about, you can define it in the very beginning and make it visualize it to everybody what the game is. In real life, it never happens this extreme, but once I had, when we were making the mobile games, we had the case where one of the lead programmers was sick for a month. And that actually meant I had to cut about half of the game out. And that was horrible, but I had to do it. But things like this happen, so you might have to cut out things when things don't usually go on the schedule and so on. So this happens. And this should bring you clarity. So if you're thinking of going to the game jam, if you don't do this beforehand, then you will have to solve many things on the way, how they actually are, but you could clarify as much as possible in the very beginning. And well, this is a crash course we're doing today into this. We have 2 more rounds, and as we're running out of time, I'll just combine the 2 last rounds, and these are not bad at all in that sense. So now we have some extra time, so now we can add 2 more things into the core or extended. So you get to put them back. But this is very typical in an actual game production. Things move all the time. But sometimes things are cut out which affect other things. So remember the picture I showed in the beginning, how things are connected? That's related to this, on how these go. And this is kind of like what happens in my head when the production is going. So somewhere is this line. Okay, but the last, one other thing. We did this once, and usually you have too much stuff there when you're doing your game. You put everything you can think of in this feature list, and it's just too much. So you need to clarify that, and this is why we did this. And if we continue doing this rounds and rounds again, the last node you have should be your unique thing. And then another way to do it is start from the unique node and then build stuff around that. Then think like, does achievements work with this? Should I have missions? Should I have mini games, kind of thing? But the other thing after doing that too is like you have lots of extra nodes, so go and pollute others. So go and take your extra nodes and give them to other teams. Any random nodes you have left over or you don't like, give them to other teams. Go crazy. All right, thank you everybody. That was the last round. This last round actually happened by accident. I was doing the same in Malaysia and somebody just dropped some notes into other teams' work and turned up they were useful for them. So the funny thing about this round is it's random and somebody else's waste might be somebody else's treasure. And that kind of shows like how moving around with these features can result in unexpected results. But it also shows like we should really move around with these. So this has definitely been a very, very harsh crash course into this, how it goes. But like it gives you an idea on how to find a focus on the core of your game. So that's been the purpose of today. I'll stick around for a while if you want to have some more talks or questions, but thanks you for today.
One more warm applause for Juha. Safe trip back home and we'll see you soon.
Yeah.
All right. Now we'll be going on a small break again, so we'll be continuing at 5:05 p.m. with our final 2 talks and 1 Godot workshop. So see you then. Also, everybody that's currently in the workshop areas, you can move back to the main hall and we'll continue our talks here. Thank you. Hello, hello, hello. So, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the bravest that have stayed with us here on site. So please give yourself a round of applause for sticking along so far. Thank you. Now, we have 2 more talks left and then 1 workshop. So, without further ado, a guy that has worked on fantastic games like Into the Radius and Nitro Nation, has done several contributions to the Blender, and has been a mentor for the 2nd year now, and actually started the GameCamp journey as a participant and now has worked up their way as a lecturer. Please give a warm welcome to Ramil Roosileht. Woo!
All right, so hey everyone, thank you for coming. Let's start. So we now have a block which features 2 Unreal Engine presentations. So this one's going to be more of a beginner / game jam type of a presentation, and then we'll cover more optimization and performance types of things. So welcome, TalTech GameCamp BootCamp 2025. This is tips and tricks for jamming with Unreal Engine. So what we're going to be talking about is how to adapt Unreal Engine to game jam conditions, also how to save you time on making gameplay logic in Unreal Engine, because most likely you're going to be making your first or your second Unreal Engine game, and well, you only have 48 hours, so gotta be quick about it. We'll also cover which graphical settings to use, what to disable, because when you have people playing your games, like after game jam, most of that will be from laptops. So you really need to make it so that people will be able to actually run your game. And yeah, other than that, common pitfalls and just settings for actually building the game and making it as accessible for the players. So yeah, a bit about me. I'm a senior technical artist, currently working at CM Games. I've worked on 7 commercial games. 4 of them were mobile, and the last 3 were VR titles made with Unreal Engine 4 and 5. So yeah, as Alex said, I have participated and mentored 4 game jams, and like usually as a technical artist, I'm doing stuff like performance optimization, writing shaders, making tools for artists, making procedural art, and also doing visual effects. So just a bunch of stuff, working with many systems of Unreal. So yeah, why this topic? Well, really, I feel that Unreal is a great engine, but it's hardly being used for game jams. Like last time, we had 56 games, if I remember correctly, and only like 2 or 3 out of those were made with Unreal. So basically, like people choose Godot, people choose Unity because they are smaller and like just faster to access, but not necessarily more accessible for a beginner to use. So with Unreal, for example, you don't need like coding skills. You can use blueprints. So like in theory, it could be even a better option. But well, it's made for bigger games as well. Sometimes it feels like navigating a boat. So you really need to shrink it down to make it also better for game jams. And yeah, even pros face the same issues, really, and I'm gonna use this talk as a bit of a retrospective, because the first time we participated at a game jam, it was with my colleagues, who also are making games for a long time. And we thought that when we would be making a game on a game jam, like it would be a walk in the park. It would be easy, because we already know what we're doing. But reality was a bit different, and turned out that making a game jam game is really different to making a real commercial project. So we really stumbled upon some issues which I will try to cover in this talk. And also this is our game. By the way, it's Quantum Darkness, so it's from a year ago, also from TalTech GameCamp, and it got 4th place. It was about Quantum Dark trying to escape the underground lab and fighting viruses while doing that. So let's jump in. And first topic I'm going to cover is just the engine size. So basically, when you come to the venue, especially, and you don't have an engine prepared beforehand, well, you should have it downloaded beforehand. But well, if you don't have it, then like Unreal is heavy. Just 60 gigabytes and stuff. You might not have enough space on your hard drive, and also, many people using the Wi-Fi, so it could be slow, so could really spend a lot of time downloading it. But one thing you can do about it is to at least set it up in a way where you wouldn't use other target platforms, because you really only need Windows, so you can disable Android, Linux, and just save yourself a lot of time and space. Other stuff you can disable is actually the starter content, because even if you disable the starter content, you can still use the content that comes with the plugins, which come with Unreal. So even then you will have your basic cubes, like a basic skeletal mesh as well, and that will also save you like a gigabyte or two. And of course that will reduce the size like roughly by half. Other stuff is, of course, just the final build size. When you have the game ready, you need to build it. And one of the issues which we faced was that, yes, we submitted the build, but when we looked at the size of the build, like compared to other projects, ours was 600 megabytes, which was like the heaviest game on the jam. And the issue with that is that, players, when they download the game, they don't really want to wait that much. And if they are playing like 20 games and downloading all of that, they might also run out of space, or they might not even wait. As we've said, like Wi-Fi can be a bit slow when many people use it. So what you can do about it is you can go into your project settings, into packaging, and there be sure to actually add the maps that you have into the list of maps to include in a packaged build. So for us, it was the start screen, also the game map. Well, our game only had a single level, so there's that, and the end screen. And basically then it will cook content only like inside of those levels, and also the blueprints and stuff, while not really cooking anything that's not being used. And with that out of the way, you can also go into your plugins, and in there, Epic have just a bunch of stuff enabled by default. So what you can do is disable some of this stuff. I have it lined up. These are the more like weighty ones, and you can definitely just disable them because, well, you won't be really using them. Like Open Image Denoiser is like for path tracing. Those like neural network stuff are for like ray tracing and stuff. So Interchange is an import-export library, but that's an additional thing. And MetaSound, it's a fancy sound system, but you will still have sounds even without it. So by disabling those plugins, you save about 80 megabytes from your final package size. So in our case, well, the original build was like 600 megabytes, but like with just those like two things taken care of, it shrank 3 times. And like at this point with 200 megabytes, you won't really notice the difference between that and like any other Unity game, pretty much. So be sure to pay attention to it. Now moving on to game logic and stuff like that. Overall, be sure to start from a template. Do not start from an empty project. So you can have a first-person template, a first-person top-down vehicle. Like doesn't really matter. Like even if you're not gonna use like all of the functionality in there, but at least you get your player character, and then it is much easier to just add your stuff like inside of that pre-existing blueprint and to enhance its functionality than to like do things from scratch, watch YouTube tutorials, then like wonder why it doesn't work. At least you get a bit of a leg up when you're starting things, because you already have something running. Other stuff is, of course, with like animations. Basically, Unreal has 2 main ways to add animations to your game logic. One of which is level sequencer, but it's tied to a specific level. It's more for like daytime cycles and like ambient animations and such, while I would really advise to use timelines inside specific blueprints. And why is that? Really, by default, you have like 2 main events, which are begin play, which just fires when the level has been loaded and the game starts, and tick, which just runs every frame. And like usually you would animate things inside of a tick so that it would actually like change every frame, but it will only like allow you to do linear stuff. And with more artistic things, it's a bit a pain in the ass to like do that. So timelines are much better for that. You just add it, you tie it to an event, you call the timeline, and then it doesn't need tick because it will update by itself. You can set its length, you can animate floats, colors, vectors, and also fire additional events while it runs. And then you just tie your gameplay logic to update or to finished, so then it will fire when it stops playing. And you can also have like multiple timelines inside of a blueprint and play them in reverse as well. Just be sure to play them from start, because otherwise they will just play once. Speaking of stuff like sounds, stuff like particle systems, you really need to use them inside your Game Jam project. So you can combine those events and timelines and tie those update timelines to this. So with spawn system or spawn zone attached, basically you use them for attaching to an enemy or the player character, basically anything which would need to move after your sound or your particle system has been spawned. And of course with spawn application or spawn sound application, well, it's just more ambient environmental for things which would not need to move from that point onwards. And it's just more convenient to use this and spawn them like that because it's more of a fire and forget type of approach. You can set your particles to be auto-activated and auto-destroyed. So this way you don't really need to handle their lifetime, and you can have much more particles if you also enable pooling for them. So it's just a more convenient way to use them. With sound also there is a spawn sound 2D. Basically it's used for 2D sounds like a user interface or just your idle music. So also just a neat way to do that. Other stuff like making triggers, basically zones, which would detect stuff if something entered inside of them. It's like just box. It's just a box collision inside of a blueprint, and then you can have events on your right side. So the easiest way to do that logic is to just press plus there, get your event out, and then on component begin overlap or end overlap, basically it will fire and detect which actors have entered inside, and you can have it compare other actor property with, for example, your play character. So, and if it's right, then do stuff like fire particles, for example, which we discussed before. So by doing those blueprints and setting them up across the level, you can just get your basic logic running. So moving on to visuals, when you start a new empty level, it's a bit of an inconvenience to get that basic lighting setup going. And you don't really want to start from landscape sample, for example, because then you would need to actually disable and delete all the unneeded actors and stuff inside the level. So best way to do that is to get environment light mixer, and it has these convenient buttons for making the skylight, making your height fog, making the atmosphere. So you just press everything there. Maybe not press the create volumetric clouds. You don't really need them, but yeah, that will allow you to get your basic light setup in just a couple of seconds, and then you can place all your other stuff inside the level, and then set it up from there. Other things for visuals is, of course, use a post-processing volume. So you just drag it onto a level, and then if you set it to unbound, it will have infinite extents, so it will cover the whole level. So with it, you can disable rendering features, and you can also, of course, stylize your output to be color-corrected, to change other rendering values, to have it more dark or more interesting to look at, basically, to stylize in a way you would want. Of course, you can also have multiple post-processing volumes in your scene and blend between them, or disable and enable them if you have different conditions inside your game. Moving on to performance, basically, first thing you need to do when you would be making a game with an Unreal engine is to go to project settings to rendering and just disable all the defaults, because Epic really loves nanite, but you don't really need it for a game jam game. So just go inside and like disable nanite, change shadow map method from virtual shadow maps to just basic shadow maps. For global illumination, just disable it completely. And for reflection method, you can turn lumen off and replace it with screen space reflections. This way, you would have a much larger player base, basically, and you won't need to like worry about working with a nanite pipeline, but you will just be working with the default legacy pipeline. So yeah, other stuff for performance is to definitely add call distance volume inside your level. So basically, this volume handles the calling of objects, so that you wouldn't need to like set it up by yourself for every object. And how it works is you just drag it and make it really big, and then you add pairs of call distances. So basically it has size, which is the approximate size of the object, and then it has a call distance, so the distance at which the object should be called. And by default, like Unreal always has this thing where 100 is the centimeters, so every 100 is a meter, so 4,000 is 40 meters, so just be mindful of that. That's why the values are this big. And then, of course, when you have less objects to render, it runs better. And one other thing is if you have many lights inside your scene and you really need to like go over them quickly, there is also a light mixer window, which if you enable, you can see every single light and also their properties. And basically, in the header, if you do a right-click on it, you can also add additional properties. So in here, I also added cast shadows, because shadows are really performance intensive. So you should be mindful of that and disable shadows from most of the smaller lights and just have them on for like the most, big, more noticeable lights in your scene. You can also lower the radius of the lights so that they would overlap less, because when they overlap, that's like the more expensive part. And also be sure to set your lights to static so that the shadows, if the light has shadows, would be cached. While also, really this goes for every single geometry in your level. So like everything which doesn't need to move should have its mobility set to static, and only your like enemies, player character, like and other entities which would be dynamic should also be movable. So that's like the overall gist of it. One more thing is working with configs. So Unreal has this thing called CVARs, which are console variables. And basically what you can do with them is quickly set up different settings while not really looking where they are, like in which config they are. So here, there's this trick where if you just type in the setting without setting any value to it, it will tell you what is the current value, and also it will tell you the last set by parameter. And then here we have the max cascaded shadow map resolution, which is set by scalability. We have the mobile ambient occlusion, which is set by project setting, and the nanite set by constructor. So what do these mean? Basically, they mean that shadows in this example are set by scalability settings and presets. So you can have different scalability settings for low, medium, high, and graphics. So in that case, the variable shadow quality changes this setting. While if it's set by project setting, it basically means that it's every single ini config file in your project. Usually it's default game and default engine ini. And also, if you change something from project settings, those configs are the ones which get updated. And if it's set by constructor, then it's just your default value inside of Unreal. So it basically means that nothing is being overridden, and Epic just have nanite enabled by default inside the engine itself. So if you really need to quickly change those things, the quickest way to do that is to go into your config folder inside the project, and then you open the default engine ini, and then you will find every single setting from the project settings. So you can tweak those quickly and also add whatever you need inside of that. so that when you actually reload the project, it will also update. And then you can use that setting again to check if it actually changed or not. All right, so that's the gist of it. And if you have questions, I'm ready to answer. Sure.
Usually when people are recommended the thing with which you start writing your game, to not use like this, I don't know what's the regular code even of Unreal, but usually they recommend Blueprint. That if you start like writing anything, you just start using Blueprint. But what's the alternative? Like what's the other thing?
Yeah, you would usually use blueprints, or you would use C++, or you would use blueprints and C++ together. And actually, that's the way most projects are done. It's just that C++ might be more of a more intense language for beginners. Right, more questions? Let me check the chat. All right, seems like nothing. Yeah, sure, one more question.
Yeah, some creators with Unreal that have, I don't know, good tutorials, good materials, anything.
One really great channel I can recommend is Prismatica Dev. Basically, he's making his own game and is focusing it also around interactions and shaders. And also, he is a plugin developer, so that channel I can really recommend because I've been using it for a while. One other, if you are more into like TechArt focused things, for example, would be TechArt 8. That one also has like full-length tutorials on making tools and such. So that could be beneficial to really get into those more complicated systems. Yeah. Yep, one more question. Question was how easy it is to reuse gameplay logic between projects in Unreal. So usually your logic is split between Blueprint actors and Blueprint components. So usually Unreal has this feature where you just migrate different objects between projects. And when you do that migrate option, it actually carries every single hard reference which that set class has. And that's like the way you usually do things. So you will just migrate it from one project to the other. Issue is if you have hard references, so for example, you have a blueprint and then it points to a mesh, right? With migrate, what happens is that class will also migrate that mesh, but that mesh will also migrate its material, but that material will also migrate its textures. So that can be a bit messy, and that's like the harder part of it. But if you're just migrating code, like Blueprint components, for example, they're a bit of a modular way to do that, and usually it's not a big problem unless you have actual like C++ code and it's like referenced between multiple entities, basically. So if your inventory system, for example, is tied to a player character, it would be hard to migrate without that player character. But if it's made in a more abstract way, then you should have less issues. More questions, yes.
How is it difficult to manipulate some video additions or maybe animations, all this stuff, creative stuff? Is it like too easy or there are some?
Repeat the question, please.
I mean, adding videos in Unreal Engine framework,
Mm-hmm.
gaming something.
Adding videos is actually quite simple. There's like a separate class for it. So really you shouldn't have many issues with that because Unreal overall is being used for virtual production as well. So there's like a whole suite of stuff for that as well. And there is also lots of like motion effects available for that kind of workflow. So it's relatively simple. Do we have any hands? I don't think we do. One question in the chat. All right, so the question is, what is my take on market being saturated by cheap and poorly optimized Unreal Engine 5 games, and what can be done about that? Well, we can see that many studios are switching to Unreal, and I think it is for the industry like a so-so thing, because this way we lose many like studio-independent engines, but the engine by itself can be used optimally, like when you are sharing the knowledge and you are sharing the best practices about using it, then well, there's more of a possibility that people will actually use it. The issue with poorly optimized and cheap is always more with the actual like deadlines and game productions getting like really weird and convoluted. So with just the engine, I don't think there's like as many problems and issues. You can definitely use it and make great games with it, and there have been many examples of that, and really with any engine. All right, we have one more hand.
It might be subjective, but I had a lot of experience with like low-grade Unreal game, so to say, like more on the cheap side, quicker made, and they all have a very similar feel to them due to, well, I guess lighting and basic atmosphere. They look kind of cheap. They look the same way. What would you recommend to avoid this look?
All right, so the question was, what could I recommend to avoid the cheap default Unreal Engine look? And my answer would always be to actually have your game be unique and stylize it in a way where it would be recognizable. So if we're not just talking about engine, but more of a product and game design point of view, then you should always aim for this thing where if a player sees a screenshot of your game, it should be instantly recognizable as that exact game. And I think that's like one of the issues with projects that were mentioned in the question. And basically, if you don't do that, if you don't pay any attention to your art style in general, well, it's gonna have the default art style of Unreal, which is like realistic and basically combination of Lumen, Nanite, and TA. So yeah, it's more of a you paying attention to your own project and having it be unique and changing all the defaults so that it would actually be unique and fit for your needs. Yes, more questions. There have been tests, and I think Epic has showcased multiple presentations for that. So AI, for example, has been used for tests and prototypes of post-processing effects, where you would have it trained to mimic a specific style. You would input a frame, and it would let out an edited post-processed frame with AI. But at this point, it's not running at speeds which would allow to use it like anytime soon. So like in context of a game jam project, it would probably not work well. Right, so I think we don't have more questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ramil. Before you go, a gift for you from us. Thank you for the amazing talk. And another applause for Ramil for the Unreal talk. Absolutely unreal. Now, next up in our two-parter Unreal Engine talks, we have the other talk. He is a game developer with decade-long experience and a founder of a brand new studio in Estonia called Karak Games, a teacher at Tallinna University, and overall just a very avid Unreal Engine developer. So please give a warm applause to Suhaib, Rehman, Khan.
I hope this is working, and I need to change my presentation.
There we go.
All right. Hi, everyone. I am Suhaib. I come from Pakistan, which some of you might have seen in Call of Duty, which might look something like this. but that's not how my country actually looks. It more is like this. It's pretty. I really love to brag about it and so on. Anyways, less about country, more about me. I am now a CEO and game director at my own studio called Godot Games. It's fairly new, it's small, and I'm going to be building. I've been in game development for over 10 years now. Professionally, been working with games for about 15. And in the last decade, I have released projects which is Aeon Must Die, Myth Force. If anyone wants to get connected, there's a QR code. Feel free to reach out to me with any questions. What are we talking about today? It's why, when, how, optimizing games in Unreal Engine, which is a dreadful topic for a lot of us. It can be kind of boring as well sometimes, but I have spent like half a decade working with these things, and oh boy, I can tell stories. Right, first, before we get into how, we have to talk about why we care about optimization. I think in the previous presentation already, we have been talking about things like project sizes and so on, right? But the first very important aspect is when you're releasing a game, it's the players who you care about. They can have PCs or devices somewhere ranging from potato PCs to beasts of machines, and we want to make sure to run the game on as many platforms as we can. I mean, you want more sales, you got to get your game running on as many things as you can. Target audience matters. And mainly, like, us as game developers, we kind of care about our players. If you don't care about players, I think there are way better fields out there, but when it comes to games, this is kind of essential, right? You're designing experience, and optimization is part of that experience. If frames tank, if motion sickness happens through jittering and so on, all of these things are going to ruin the experience and eventually lead for players to just leave your game. Especially with Steam Refund, you might actually get a refund in under an hour, so you don't want that. There's also market perception. Unreal Engine at the moment has this a really fun thought process that goes on, which is like, oh, game made in Unreal Engine, it is going to be bad. There's a bunch of reasons for it. First of all, Epic decided to market their engine in a way where it is considered to be a very high-spec engine, and it is a high-spec engine. So a lot of features are enabled by default, which makes it, which you need to bring down. As opposing to Unity, where you need to take things upwards, you need to actually strip things down from it. And any game in Unreal Engine that comes out nowadays, these are the comments you're going to see everywhere. Really fun. So one of the fun things that happened, like why this happens, right? It's generally ends up happening because of certain bad practices. We kind of adapt, or people you work with, or they don't teach you, or they don't know themselves either. It could be anything. So I was working on a game which didn't release. So what was happening in that is that there was a single actor that would load the whole 12 gigabytes of game into memory. If you were to take an empty level and put that one asset, it would load the whole 12 gigs of game. And we wanted that to be on Nintendo Switch. Switch has only 4 gigs of RAM. So, you know, it crashed. It was a lot of fun. I wish I could show the game itself, but I can't. And yeah, and I'm pretty sure the slide was supposed to be ahead, but it's fine. Another reason you care about is if you're going for a publisher, you want to make sure that your game is running at the correct FPS and your game is running on the devices that you're targeting, because even though the game publishers are working in games, they do not necessarily have high-end systems. They might be on the move, they might have the laptop, they are going to have lightweight laptops, and if the game doesn't run on that, they might go like, okay, hey, I think your pitch deck looks interesting, but I can't experience it, and that might like interrupt the conversation. So you don't want that either. Many reasons mainly have to do with people playing your game. When do you optimize? There are people who love optimizing everything, and there are people who don't like optimizing at all. Both are the extremes of it, and we don't want either of them. What we want to do is we want to optimize when needed, right? We have certain ideas. There is a thing called frame budget, and we want to reach to either 30 frames per second or we want to reach to 60 frames per second. The budget for 30 frames per second is 16.66 milliseconds, so that's the render time for your game thread and GPU thread that needs to happen. For 30 FPS, it is 33.33. So that's how we start the whole conversation of, oh, what do we have to do? For certain games, it also matters where you are. For games where we are really reaction heavy, fighting games, MOBAs. MOBAs a little bit less, but Celeste, like platformers where like there are high reaction speed is required, shooters. The 60 FPS is the requirement. You cannot go below 60 FPS. If you go below that, people are going to feel input lag, and they're going to be like, okay, this is not fun. This happened to the project when we were doing publishing Aeon Must Die on Switch. We were on 30 FPS, and there was about twice the input delay that was happening, so the game felt a little bit wonky. So if someone had experienced it on PC or PlayStation, they would feel like, okay, what's happening? And that's not good. There is also sometimes that the load times could be extreme. We do not want very extreme load times. Our systems are really good. Even like the low-end systems are not that bad. So we have to figure out how to do better load times. Then game package sizes, like we've talked about before, if you're in Game Jam or if you're sending things to publisher or even even on the market, your game package size is judged. And there is a weird idea where the price of the game kind of relates to the package size of the game as well. Like Call of Duty is about 300 gigs right now, like it's a full AAA game. But if your indie game is 300 gigs, you're going to have a really fun conversations on the internet as like, what the hell is happening there? You do not want that. Finally, memory consumption. We've already talked about the switch case. This is very common, especially with Unreal Engine. And we're going to talk about a little bit why that happens and how you can avoid it as well. The screenshot I have is from Monster Hunter Wilds. For those who have played, they've probably seen that. And we have had really fun conversations about Monster Hunter Wilds being not able to run on good PCs, where people have i5 processors and 3050 or 3060 graphic cards where they're expecting it to run on DLSS, which does not work on this one. Finally, there is the target hardware. You can be aiming for consoles, PCs, even mobiles. Your target hardwares have specs, and you as a developer need to be aware of it. Maybe while you are concepting things or later on, it can be at any point, but this is a goal as well. So we optimize based on goals, and you optimize as much as it is needed and not necessarily more than them, because at some point it is not going to benefit you. So let's get into hows, and this is going to be the longest section of this whole thing, and I'm going to bore you all to death. Right. So first, three concepts. There are three locations where optimizations needs to happen. First, if your performance problems are happening on the GPU, that is what we call a GPU bound. That GPU is choking, and you need to fix something that has to do with visuals, rendering, models, and so on. Second is CPU bound. This is generally has to do with logic. How you write your code, how everything is connected, how many nested loops you have had, for example. I've seen 5 one time, that was a lot of fun. And then finally, it's the memory, the size, the connection, how much things gets loaded, how things get unloaded, and everything, right? So even if you do not remember the rest of the presentation after that, just remember these three things, and you're gonna begin your investigation with those. So first thing we need to do is find out where the problem is actually happening. And there are a few interesting commands, a few interesting tools in Unreal Engine that you can utilize to immediately visualize what is happening. The first three are a few are console commands. You can do stat FPS to check your frames per second. So you know that you're running at the correct frames per second or not. Second is stat unit. This just shows you how the frame is going on. So what's the CPU time, what's the GPU time, as I mentioned earlier. There is a frame budget. If your frame budget is crossing, you're having a problem, you need to start fixing it. Draw frames is a funny one where sometimes we think that this is a GPU thing, but it's actually not. It has to do with CPU because there's a communication time that is happening between CPU and GPU as well, and generally draw frame gets impacted by that. Then there is stat game, which shows you how your logic is working. This has to do with CPU mostly, how many ticks, what your tick time, what other elements are taking. So, and then we have the stat GPU, which showcases how the rendering is happening. Which part of the rendering is taking more time? Is it the light? Is it the modeling? Is it maybe something else? Ray tracing might be part of it. Maybe it is post-processing. So going from that, which is just numbers, numbers are not enough. Numbers just point you into a direction what the next step is going to be. So the first very interesting tool that is part of Unreal Engine now, previously it was known by something else, it was not that great, but right now it is one of the most amazing things there. It's called Unreal Insights, and it gives you a budget breakdown of a frame. This includes your engine's tick, which means when a frame passes on the engine, and it breaks it down to the events that you're calling every frame. It is a very long tree, you can go through it. It has named events, which means what functions you are actually calling and how badly you have written. So, you know, it lets you go like, okay, I messed this up, or someone else messed that up. So it's fairly easy to use, like it is part of a package. You can set it up standalone, or you can start it up from within the Unreal Engine. On the bottom right, there is a trace. You click on it, you start the trace, and your game starts getting checked. This will check any project that is running within Unreal Engine, or if you have made the build in Unreal Engine, it will also trace that. So you can start it out, and then you can define what channels you're tracing. Some of the channels that you can trace are GPU, memory, file, load time, and default just holds the default stuff, which is part of like CPU and so on. Point is, you go deep in the tree, go through the whole game, know your game better, understand where the problem is happening, and then go and fix that. And that was mainly for CPU, and now we come to the GPU. GPU has a similar tool, which is called a GPU visualizer. This showcases you the whole scene and how rendering is happening, from rendering of the models to the light calculations, the shadow calculations. If there is lumen and so on, that's going to get calculated. On the upper side, it visually shows the budget of how everything is split, whereas on the lower side, it actually gives you the time. So you need to make sure you look at both of them and which ones are the biggest time consumption things. And generally, these are going to be your lights, your shadows, and maybe sometimes shaders, because someone decided to write the most complex, beautiful looking shader, which happens from the concept side, and later on you need to fix it up. To use it, all you need to do is use the command Control-Shift-, and it will immediately present you with the budget breakdown that is there. And then we start finding problems from there. The third thing is for memory. Unreal Engine has a really nice function to showcase the hierarchy and what consumes your memory on disk and your RAM. This is called a size map, and you can check that per asset, and that is one of the strongest tools. This showcases you who is hard referencing every asset, and this is actually the screenshot from the project I was talking about when I was doing the size maps for it. This is when we were halfway down, like fixing it up, but not just one asset running like 12 gigs, but one asset would load other assets, and certain assets had like breakdown, so everything thankfully was not getting loaded by the mid time of it. To use size map, you just click on the asset, right click, click on the size map, and you get the size map. Or you can use the shortcut key, Control-Shift-M. And what you can receive from that is what something's memory size is on a disk, and what is the memory size when you load it on to the RAM. Both of these things matter, but RAM is generally more important for you. The memory, the runtime memory is the more important part for you. Right, so what can we do as for fixes for GPU-bound problems when we have found that, right? One of the biggest issues that happen, because Unreal Engine allows you to do practically a lot of dynamic lights, people can go a bit crazy and go like, hey, I'm gonna make the most beautiful scene, and I'm going to fill it with 100 dynamic lights. Now, especially with mega lights, you can actually do that. But every time an overlap of a dynamic light happens with an actor or anything in the scene, it is considered to be an extra draw call that goes through it. So if you have 5 dynamic lights overlapping to each other, it is going to increase the complexity of it. So our goal is, when we are optimizing it, we are going to try to reduce the number of dynamic lights into the scene and move most of them that are not required to be dynamic light to be stationary lights, and in many cases, static light. So we are transferring the weight of rendering, instead of being runtime, to something that is based on the memory, so we save time, because frames are more important. Level of details. Most of you have probably already learned of the word called level of details. It's just the idea that the further things goes, the less we see of them. But if you do not use LODs in the scene, which is very common when you import an asset into it with 100,000 poly counts or more, when it is in space, even if you see a little bit of it, that is still considered to be a whole mesh. So we introduce LODs, so the further something goes, the lesser triangles it has. And the good thing with Unreal Engine is that you can auto-generate LODs. You don't have to have them previously. If you do not like them, you can create them in an external tool, but to get started with, when you bring your asset in, if you feel like it is going to go outside, just auto-generate your LODs and let Unreal Engine take care of stuff. You know, it spoils you. Let it spoil you. You know, be happy. MIP maps, same as LODs for 3D model, MIP maps are for textures. The only rule that you need to keep in mind that your textures needs to be the power of 2. That is why every time we are done with the art side of things, we sit down, we check all of the textures, and then we have a fight of, you know, you've been working with Unreal Engine for the last decade and your textures are still not power of 2. Why? We don't know, but we bring it in. So you reduce the size of 3D meshes, you reduce the size of the textures on distance base, and that is already going to help you quite a lot. Because your screen is not going to be overloaded, so you don't need to do much more. The next thing is reducing mesh count. Generally, we do setups with a lot of cubes and so on. Every cube or every object in your scene is rendered separately. GPU is a beautiful thing. It can take many more objects simultaneously to render them in a single frame, whereas taking it one by one is kind of difficult for them. So we utilize ways to reduce or send single draw calls to draw multiple objects together. First one is we can merge multiple actors together into a new actor. Once you're done with your scene, it looks beautiful, and it's only there for visual purposes. We can combine all of them to create a new mesh, which allows you to basically have a singular mesh instead of 10 meshes that would originally be there. The second thing we can use is what we call instance static meshes or hierarchical instance static meshes. And there are some neat examples by Micah, which I won't open the link right now, but maybe the slides will be shared later on. You can check in. And he created a whole outer space with about, I believe, 50,000 different instances of meshes through instance static meshes. And what happens is that graphic card don't render it separately, but it takes it all as a one batch and it renders it out. And this can save you quite a lot of time. We utilize this in places where we have very many similar items. One example is if you are ever making a bullet hell, you are going to be utilizing something like either a Niagara system, a VFX or something, or you're going to be using instance static meshes. So it's kind of like when I was talking about example, I have put a list down which is like, this is a fairly big space. If these were all individual actors or individual objects, they would have not given you 60 plus FPS, but with something like instance static meshes, it enables you to do that. Next thing is material counts. When you are making your model, try to export it in a way where there is less material counts in it. So every time you're creating a material for specific things, you can actually place it all on a single material or two materials instead of separately. There are really fun techniques that are available out of that, but every material increases your processing time exponentially. So it's every material is a different draw call, and that is going to slow down your processing on GPU. So if you see this, you know you have a problem, you need to fixing it, you need to start reducing it. Now, fixes for CPU-bound problems. Loops, like I talked about, nested loops, really bad. If you see this, please find ways to fix them. And you probably don't need 3 nested loops or 4 nested loops. You can probably do it in one. This has to do with learning a little bit more about coding, a little bit more about architecture, but it is an interesting subject. So, and it's going to improve your coding as well. Then we need to limit the usage of what we call get all actors of class. This is kind of a queuing system which allows you to test all the actors in the class and give you what you actually want. But that could be like maybe 1,000 actors, that could be 100,000 actors. So generally we try to avoid doing something like this. And instead of doing get all actors of class, we create libraries or maps through which we can get these actors. So this is going to take a little bit more memory from from your RAM, but in the long run, it is going to be much better for you because it is not going to cause stalls in any specific form or shape. So when you're doing queries of big groups, generally it's a good idea to have them grouped somewhere where you can access them when you need to. That's why we use maps. Maps are like arrays, but instead of arrays, it's a two-dimensional array, kind of, but not really. It's a key value pair where you can find something by telling them a name of it, and it can return you an object or whatever data type that you need. Spawning and destroying, again, is one of the very expensive process, kind of, depending on the actor that is coming in as well. So we try to find ways around of how to not spawn and destroy when we need to do so. The example I gave for something like bullet hell, where you have thousands of bullets spawning in, we utilize a pooling system where we spawn a massive number of bullets at one time, displace them somewhere so nobody can see it, and when we are shooting, we just bring them back to the scene and let the execution run for the shot. And then when the hit happens or destruction happens, instead of removing it out of memory, we just displace it back. So it's just a queue that gets running, and it saves you. So on load time, you did your spawning. On end time, you did your destruction. And in between, you're just using that same pool of object. A single character, multiple character, or whatever, they can all use from the same pool or multiple pools, however you feel like. So if you're making something like this, generally 1,000 bullets are really expensive to spawn and destroy. You're going to see a lot of spikes, but with something like this, you're just translating them mostly. So it's not a big problem. It is going to save you a lot of memory budget as well. Then one of the biggest culprits and the biggest problems that happens within Unreal Engine is, or I'm pretty sure it happens in Unity as well, is the utilization of the ticks and timers, or overutilization of that. Not everything requires to be on a tick. A lot of engines allow you to have event-based triggers. Unreal Engine is pretty big on that. So if you have logic on tick, you need to rethink to not call it every frame. If I ever see this with anyone, just to let you know, we're going to have a one-on-one, and I'm going to ask what's like if everything is okay in your life. You know, this is torture. So we already know something's wrong. Right. Next, fixes for memory problems. Really important tool. With Unreal Engine, you cannot live without them. You need to learn about delegates, or what's called event dispatchers. This is a signaling mechanism that exists where we don't wait on something for a tick, but rather when an event happens, we send a broadcast or a signal to any actor that wants to be notified when a certain event happens. So you need to utilize more of these. And they are also going to help you reduce the references. So for those who have studied object-oriented programming, classes and objects, what we do is we have a base class that holds these dispatchers, and they are lightweight. And then we have the child classes, which has the logic, or like the textures and everything, which are very heavy. So when we are calling signals, we basically get the signals from, or dispatchers, or even delegates from the parent class, which are lightweight. So we don't load the whole thing if something happens, or when we don't need the object. The second thing is interfaces. Very important once again. This is the same idea. What we do is we create a class which is just functions. It does not have any functionality. It is just function declaration. And whenever we want to use this function, we inherit from this specific class and implement the functions in those specific classes. And then we can do massive calls without knowing which actor or what implementation needs to be run. But we just do the call, and the class itself handles the functionality of it. So utilizing both of these are very essential when it comes to Unreal Engine, because this is how you're going to be dereferencing and removing things off memory, and not load your whole game into the memory as with one asset. Then the next thing is soft object references. We talked about hard object references. Ramil talked about how it loads everything. So hard object is anything that you directly reference. This can happen through when you create a variable to a variable of a data type, or it could be like when we do something like casting. If you don't know what casting is, it's basically when you get an actor and you're saying that, hey, are you potentially of this different type? That is casting. Because we want to access its functionality, and we cannot access its functionality without knowing which group it actually belongs to, or which class it belongs to. So we do a cast. So we changed those to soft object. Hard objects, hard references immediately load into memory, even if you are not actually utilizing that object. Whereas soft object only gets loaded into the memory when it is created. So you have more control. On the same topic, there is a thing called primary assets, and it performs in the same way. This is part of your asset manager, and you can choose what to load, when to load, and so on. When we are utilizing load and save and load systems, generally this becomes part of it. With Aeon Must Die, this was one of the massive, we used it massively because when we were creating tooling and so on. So we create different bundles, we get a level, and we create this whole package, which on runtime, because we had like about 20, maybe more levels, and we wanted to only load a singular level, so we would go through primary asset and everything that was in the level package, we would just load that, and that is it. So it gives you more control. And that is it. Thank you all for listening, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Yes?
It's less of a question, more of an acknowledgement that it's nice that a lot of the good practices that I've learned using Unity are also present here in Unreal.
Yeah, absolutely, because game dev, we transfer a lot of concepts around, and these good practices, like whenever you open a best practices page for Unity and anything else, other than the tool-specific thing, everything is going to, like, there are going to be similarities into it. These are not like alien. If you worked on any of the engine, you're going to come back to it. So yeah, you're absolutely right on that. Yes, I see. Yeah, so the way it happens is one question is more like when you're setting up your architecture, what kind of architecture is going to use. But beyond that, generally, we have what we call release cycles. So in project management, there is the idea that like every 3 months or so is a release cycle. And we're not doing with every feature, but rather we are batching it in a way where we get to evaluate the whole project. And then when we are releasing, we have like, okay, 2.5 months of this happening and 2 weeks of we are going to do optimization, finalization, sending out, and so on. So we don't want to over-optimize. We want to test at the end of every release when you're kind of like doing like this major update where everything is going to check in. Right, I see a hand like right back there, yes. Yeah. Yeah, so that's the same thing that we were talking about, like with primary asset IDs, when we are loading things into the memory and so on. So the way we want to structure the game is that once you start interacting with the game, you do not have any interfaces, right? This happens in game design as well, where we kind of go like, hey, what are the essential points where we can interrupt the player, and what are the points we don't want to interrupt the player? So loading screens and launches are the best places where we can interrupt the player. So what we do is we transfer the heavy loading and so on to be there. Well, I talked about the topic about spawning and destroying are very expensive, right? So a lot of spikes that happen generally is that when the level is loading on the loading screen or the start of the game, they are spawning quite a lot of things. And that's what like the spikes happen. Once that happens, once you're done with it, once your game launches and you're playing it, the processing that is being used is for rendering and drawing, and the logic that is in there, which includes things like shooting someone or a mission going forward or loading and saving. So that's why like a lot of spikes happen on the loading or the startups and not while being within the game itself. And that's generally a good thing for us. Yes?
Games are often built on templates, but it can be built from scratch, right?
Yeah, so you have templates which allows you to have like a bit of like pre-given code, which is like first person and third person, but you can start a blank project.
So my question is, if templates can be a problem, obstacle for future optimization in some way.
Could you repeat that?
My question, if you have a choice from scratch or template, if templates can become a problem, obstacles for future optimization.
Templates are not that heavy. So the templates that you are going to see, they are something that they just give you a base code more or less, but they do not have enough code that are going to ever cause you a problem in terms of optimization itself. The optimization problem more comes in from the project settings and everything that is active, like Lumen and Night are active by default. There are a lot of post-processing effects that are already activated by default, right? These includes motion blur, for example, or there's a whole set of features. Exposure, for example, these things are automatically activated. So whatever template you might pick, these things are going to be there. And you need to kind of go through them and turn them off. You can also, like when you're starting up your project, whether it is template or not, you can select the project to be started with ray tracing. So if you do that, you're going to already have an issue, kind of, you know. So you don't want to do that. I hope that answers your question. All right, anyone else? I cannot see, so I need to be a little bit, you know. I don't know if there are any new questions up here. Yeah, there aren't, so. I'll wait 30 seconds if nobody has a, yes?
Is it possible scenario when you are actually just switching game engine as optimization choice? Is it possible?
You mean going from like Unreal to Unity or Unity to Unreal?
Yeah, to Godot to Unity just because for optimization purposes.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on what state your project is in. So if you're in the concept stage, I think it is, or pre-production even, right? I think it's a really perfect thought process to go like, hey, do I actually want to stick with it? Or do I want to move? Because it also depends on the skill your team has, whether you or your team as well. I have been working with Unreal Engine for like quite a long time. Unless I have a very specific reason to move out of it, I don't need to because I can optimize Unreal Engine to the place I want to do so. But I think Godot and Unity are very fair engines where you can go and you can start out and you can play with them without worrying too much about optimization at the beginning. So it's absolutely, yeah, right. So I think, am I up on time? I think I have, if there is any question, cool. Otherwise, I think we're going to end it. Yes.
I had a question about when you had the CPU, the Unreal Insights. Is that if I have I'm doing my project, I don't know, a little platformer, and
yeah.
Of course I wouldn't have this much, but let's say is this some kind of indicative of good health, or like?
Kind of. I mean, yeah.
So is it bad if like one spike is like very, very?
No. So the depth is irrelevant to you. Yeah, the depth is not the problem. The thing that you care about is there is a value that is written on the biggest frame, which is going to say 33.33, or it's going to say 16.6, or it's going to be lower or higher. That is what you care about.
Okay, just
yeah.
value, okay.
So then after that you go like, okay, which one is taking like so much more time, and then you try to fix that. Yes.
Is there something useful for so-called technical artists in Unreal Engine? Should we also teach them just to use it, for example?
Useful how?
For technical artists, is there any reason to teach them also use engine to some extent?
Yeah, I mean, part of technical artist's job is to bring things into the engine nowadays, right? And that's where the value of technical artists have grown quite a lot as well, because not only are they learning the external tool, but they're also learning more of the engine as well. So tech artists are going to interact with both of them. And if they don't know the engine, they're going to have difficult time. And I've seen that with certain technical artists, but eventually they end up learning as well. And beyond that, there are certain optimization view modes that they get to learn and play with as well, which like enables them to kind of evaluate everything better. Right, is that all? All right, thank you everyone for listening, and I'll catch you all around. Thank you.
For you as well, there you go. And one more round of applause for Suhaib. So, this ends the Unreal Engine block of the bootcamp. Now, we are actually ahead of schedule, so I shall propose the following. We will all win half an hour of our time, and the bravest can go half an hour before home. So we will be doing slightly longer break. We will start at 6:30 with our Godot workshop. And to those here on site, if you will survive through this one more challenge at the bootcamp, we will have a surprise for you at the end. So definitely stay tuned. And to all the people looking at the stream as well, see you at 6:30. Welcome back to the final part of today's TalTech GameCamp BootCamp 2025. So, without further ado, to introduce our next and final talker of today. He's a student in Tallinn University. He won the last GameCamp with his game AdSpace, and he has created study materials in Estonian for Godot. And so using those, he will give a quick start to Godot game engine. So please put your arms together for Taavi Pahk.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So my name is Taavi, as you heard. Today I'm going to tell you how to use Godot. I'm going to teach you about the basics. But first, I'll talk a little bit about myself, because it's actually important here. Okay, so I'm an aspiring indie developer. I've developed a few small games. On the left there, you will see AdSpace. That's the GameCamp game that I made last year. That was pretty fun. And on the right is another project I'm working on. It's unreleased. So about me, I study computer science at Tallinn University. And I am trying to finish up, so you need to make a thesis at the end of your university tenure. And my thesis is Estonian Godot learning materials. And as part of that, I am running this little workshop here, where I will go through my own materials, and then I will gather some feedback at the end. So I hope all goes well with that. Okay, so to the listeners, if possible, I'd like if you followed along with my work. I'm gonna do some Godot projects here, hopefully 2. And hands-on experience is just more effective than listening, in my experience. So, yep. And if you have any questions, write them in the chat here. I can see them. Okay, here's some important links. I'll be sharing those as we go on the Discord. Okay, so about the workshop, we're gonna cover 2 major topics. Main concept of Godot, there's 3, and we're gonna download it. That's gonna be, a quick little segment. And then we're gonna work on 2 projects. One's gonna be like a Hello World type of thing, and another one is gonna be a shooter platformer, where we're gonna delve into the physics engine and whatnot, sprites. Okay, so here I have a crude diagram or graph of the main 3 concepts. So the main 3 concepts are nodes, scenes, and signals. So a node in Godot is just an object with a purpose, pretty much. So here in this scene, we have a node 2D, a sprite 2D, a label, and a button. Those are all separate nodes. So a sprite 2D's purpose is, to display textures, images, whatever. A label displays text. A button is, a button. And all of these can be packed into one scene. And you can use a scene in another scene. So, it gets unpacked into those nodes. So it works in this sort of scene tree system. And, And nodes also have signals that they emit when some significant event happens. So for example, if you click on a button, it emits the signal pressed, as I've written here. And other nodes can react to those signals, if you connect the signal to a function in a script. I'm sure all this rambling will make more sense later on. So, yeah, let's get to work, I suppose. Okay, so we're gonna open up a new browser tab. We're gonna go to godotengine.org/download. It should present for you whatever your operating system is. The appropriate Godot version. Just recently, 4.4 came out a couple of weeks ago. I'm not the most familiar with it either yet, but we will be using 4.4. So in the middle here, you can just click on the button and it will start downloading a zip file. Then I'm gonna open up my downloads here because I already downloaded this. So I'm gonna look into the zip file here. I'm gonna extract those files. And if you extract them, you'll find two executable files. On Windows, they're exes. I don't know what they're on Mac, and on Linux, they most likely don't have a file extension. Okay, so there's just a normal exe and a console exe. The console one also shows you like error messages and output from the engine if you would like to see them in a separate window. So you can just open up either one. It doesn't matter. Okay. Then I opened up the project manager here. I have a ton of projects. You may not have a ton of projects. Okay, so actually first, let's look at the project manager. Sure, why not? So here you have two tabs, you know, the one for your projects, that one for your asset library. If you were, you know, aspiring to make a certain kind of project here, maybe you can find one in that genre. You know, there's like a chess project here, and FPS multiplayer template, whatnot. But you know, we're not gonna look into those right now. We're gonna make our own little thing to actually learn about the basics, the concepts. So I will make a new project here. I'm gonna call it Hello World. The project manager is automatically gonna like create a folder for it, so I can just click create here after typing in the name. I'll take a second, I'll load up. Okay, here we are. So now we are in Godot. So let's press, actually no, wait. We have to learn about the editor first, right? My bad. Okay, so the editor, you can divide it into like 6 bigger parts here. So there's the like top bar here. I think you can call it the toolbar, you know, with the scene project, all these funny buttons. It's, you know, the top bar, quite slim. Then there's the scene dock here. It also has the import tab here. Here you can build your scene. And then under that is the file system dock. That's going to have all sorts of your project files. Currently we have Godot's icon here because, oh, I can't drag it here. That's Godot's icon. Then we have the main view that I just instantiated the icon into. The main view is, you know, it's going to display your scene. So once you've built it up in the scene dock here, whatever you made is displayed in the main view. Then on the right here, you have the inspector dock, and there's also the node tab and the history tab. From the history tab, you can undo your mistakes or whatever you made. We're gonna learn about all that fun stuff. And then at the very bottom here, another thin bar. I think that's called the modules bar, or you can just call it the bottom bar. I'm gonna probably use both terms. Okay, so let's do what I did earlier now, and let's make a 2D scene from the scene dock. So just click on the 2D scene button here. And our first goal is to just print a statement into the output that says hello world. So actually, let's drag our icon here, because then we have some sort of visual. And then we need to make a script that's attached to this root node, this sprite 2D node here. So we can do that from the scroll button here. That's with the plus. It's quite tiny. So just click create there. No need to change any settings. Make sure that you have the template. So about this script, The very first line says extend sprite 2D. Sprite 2D is the node that the icon is here. So this here is a sprite 2D. We're going to switch back to the script that from the toolbar. Okay, then we have comments here. Comments are started with a hashtag sign or a pound sign, you might call it. Then functions are declared with the func keyword. The name of the function here is ready with an underscore. You also need these parentheses. You can put any function parameters into these parentheses. For example, the process one under here has a delta inside of it. Then after that, you have the return type of the function. The ready function doesn't return anything, so that's that. Then there's the pass keyword here, which is pretty much just a reminder, or if you've used Python, sometimes you just use the pass keyword, and then it won't do anything, but it's just there, so the function exists. You can create interfaces and stuff like that with that. Okay, so I'll talk about the purposes of these functions. So the ready function is called when, this node is ready, when it's instantiated into the scene. And all of its child nodes also have a ready function, and then when those child nodes are ready, then the parent node is ready. And then the process function pretty much repeats itself every frame. So if you play any video games ever, they have this sort of frame system, FPS. So that's what this is. The process function renders frames, or it's called every frame rather. And the delta variable here is how many seconds have elapsed since the last process function call. So we wanted to print hello world. So we're gonna delete the pass here.
Would you zoom on? Is the way to make UI bigger? I'm not sure. I never used it.
Yes, whatever. Apparently people don't see the UI from this stream, so I had to scale it up a little bit. Forgive me. Oh, that's very large. Wow, that's quite impressive. Okay, let's change it a little bit. Let's put it to 150. Let's see about that. That's tolerable. Okay. Now we don't have a lot of room here, but that's okay. So we wanted to print hello world, so we're just gonna write print here because that's classic. So we're gonna write print hello world here. We're gonna go to the toolbar. We're gonna press run project here. This triangle sort of shape. You might know it from the YouTube logo. It's gonna tell you to select a main scene. You're gonna press select current because that's our main scene here. Now in Godot 4.4, they have this new sort of system where the game display is built into the editor. So this is quite new to me as well. But here you can see our icon that we dragged into the scene, and you can see that it says hello world here in the output that automatically opened when we ran the scene. So we're gonna stop that now. But what if we want actual text in the scene? The actual project to display some text. We're gonna use that label node that we talked about. So you can make a node, or you can make a label node. I pressed Control A there. That's a shortcut. But you can also do it from this a plus button in the scene doc. It says add child node. So I wrote in label here, and it gave me the label. You click on the label here, you select it, you go to the inspector tab. You can change various properties of the label. So the label here has a text property, which is the text that it displays. So we're gonna type hello world in there. So now it's suspiciously overlaid with the icon, but you can go in the main view. You can drag it around, and what do you know? There it says hello world in quite small text. Now we can run the scene again. And hey, now it says hello world above the icon. So that's cute. But let's make something more functional. So let's make an user interface node here. The base node for all user interfaces is the control node. So as children of that control node, we're gonna add a label. Then actually, then we're gonna have a text edit, which is a node where you can input text into. If your script only shows extend sprite 2D, that's okay. You can also write those ready functions yourself. Just make sure you have the underscores, because yeah. But actually, that was something. I think they changed the default settings there, but I'm also going to add a button node to the text edit, and then I'm going to talk about that question. Okay, so I'm going to want to make a new script for this controller here. So you most likely did not have this template thing toggled. So the template is the thing that also wrote the ready and process function for me in there. Because some nodes have, common functionality, so you have a template for that. Now this node will not be called icon because it's not that anymore. Okay, so we're gonna call this control.gd. Okay, then we're gonna have to learn about variables and how to declare those. Okay, so we have various nodes here in the scene: label, text edit button, all that fun stuff. And we want to manipulate or manage those through this script here. So for that, we're gonna need to write some variables. So we're gonna call this variable label, but if we save this here with Control S, of course, then it won't show up in the inspector. So for it to show up in the inspector, we need to write the export annotation in front of it. Now annotations start with the @ symbol. So export here just exposes a variable to the inspector here. You can see that the label showed up now. And also, I forgot to mention that after the variable name here, I wrote :label, which is declaring the type of the variable. So since it's a label node, it's a variable of the label class. Okay, so this is now exported. We're gonna make another one for the text edit. Okay, and when we save, that will also show up in the inspector here. Now we can click on the assign button here in the inspector. We can select what node we want to assign to that. And then we can start manipulating them. We can write in the ready function here, label.text equals hello world with a spelling error. And then I believe we can just run this again, yes. And now it says our broken hello world there. Okay. But the purpose of this scene here is actually that you write into the text edit who you want to say hello to, then you're going to press the button, and then the label is going to say hello, whatever, GameCamp. But to do that, we're going to have to learn a little bit about Godot's UI system. So this little rectangle, I don't know how visible it is on the stream really, but this little blue, green, whatever rectangle, that represents the Zeiser game window. So I click on the root node control here. It's the entire size of the game window, but the UI nodes are like positioned like relatively to the game window in an anchor system. So we're gonna select the label node here, then we're gonna, in the main view, there's this circular button with like a cross. There you can select presets for these UI nodes for their positioning. I'm gonna click this center button here. And I'll write some example text in this so it's like actually visible. Okay. Then it's it's here. Then we're gonna want to do the same thing for the text edit, but we are gonna want to make that preset bottom wide, so it takes up the bottom of our game window. But you can see that it's not really visible there. How do we change that? Well, we're gonna have to scroll down in the inspector here, or at least I have to since I'm very zoomed in now. We're gonna have to go here under layout. We're gonna click that. We're gonna find the anchor preset. That we're gonna click on this. We're gonna go up to custom, which exposes these different variables for the UI positioning. So we're gonna change the top value here to an even larger negative number. So I'm gonna set it to -81 because why not? Then I'll scroll up here and write in the placeholder text, who do you want to greet? Because that's just pretty. And then I'm gonna also position the button node here. Now, the button node is going to go center right. Now, you may have noticed that, well, actually, let me write some text in the button node here. So, I'm going to write greet, because this button is for greeting. So, you may have noticed that it already is like in the appropriate place. It's like it's in the, bounding box or whatever of the text edit that we set up, because it's a child of the text edit. So it went to the center right of the text edits box, I suppose. Okay, then that's our scene set up visually. And then we want to learn about signals now, I believe. So we're gonna go to the inspector node, or inspector dock. We're gonna switch to the node tab here. We're gonna see all the signals that this button has. So we talked about the press signal earlier. We're gonna double click on that or press connect down here. Either one is fine. A window is gonna open up where you can configure, the function that connects your signal. It's gonna be called onButtonPressed, and the script is gonna automatically have that now. Now we have this on button pressed.
Some people say it's a bit too fast. Go like stop at some point and like, did you get it? Have you done it? Do you have any problems? Lecter style.
Okay. Okay. So now we have this on button pressed function, which is, how the root node, the control node here, reacts to the press signal of the button. So we're gonna write in here that we want to make the label variables text equal to hello. Then I'm gonna write a space there, and plus to add these strings together, this text together. Then I'm gonna take the text edit variable. I'm gonna take the text property of that. So hello plus text edit dot text, assigning that to label dot text. Then we're gonna press enter, make a new line again, and we're also gonna clear out the text edits text with this line. So making an empty string. So now, if we go and run our project here, and we write something into the text edit that will, yeah, I don't know what to call it. It's gonna say hello GameCamp when I press on the greet button there. And that's how the signals and the nodes work. And they're all part of this scene that, well, it's saved as icon, but you know, at this point it's a little different. So, does anybody have any questions about this? In the chat or? Yes? Yeah, GD script is Godot's own programming language. You can also use C# if you're more familiar with that, but GD script is quite literally designed for Godot, so it may be more convenient to use that. But it's a preference thing. We're going to use GD script here. Other programming languages also have unofficial bindings, so you can use Python or Rust or whatever. But yeah. We will stick to GD script here. Because it also has a similar syntax to Python. It's quite a simple language, I would say. Okay, so I don't see any questions in the chat, so I think we will continue now. So I am gonna, since this Hello World project is now ready, I'm gonna go to the project button here. I'm going to quit the project list, or you can just close the thing completely. Either option is fine, but you have to, open up the engine again later. Then we will create a new project. We will create that 2D platformer project now. I'm just going to call it, Mega Shooter, because that's just a great name. Then we will create that. And this project is a little different. We're not just going to make it out of UI nodes. This project has some assets. So while that opens up, I'm going to find the assets link. It's going to be a zip file. Can I copy that? Yes. Okay. I'm going to open it up. It's going to automatically download in Firefox. I'm going to open up Discord. I'm going to send it in the general chat here. Yes, that's sent now. So I hope everyone can download that. Okay. Then there's going to be two folders inside of this assets folder. One is for sounds. We're probably not going to be able to use those because those come up way later on in my materials. But there's sprites which are important to us. So we can just wow, okay. We can just transfer the sprites folder into the editor by just dragging it here into the file system doc like this. But you can also do it through your file manager or whatever. So Now we have our sprites here. It's this nice little pixel art. Then, as the very first thing, we're gonna make the player. So the player is gonna be a character body 2D, and we're gonna make a character body 2D here by pressing the other node button, or again, Control A or through here. We're gonna write in character body 2D. Now it's gonna have this error message here. It says that it needs a collision shape 2D. We're gonna deal with that later though. But first, actually, let's rename this character body 2D to player. You can rename it by selecting it, pressing F2, or just clicking on it when it's selected, or you can do it through the right-click menu here. So I'm gonna rename it to player. Okay, then I'm gonna add a animated sprite 2D as its child node. Now the animated sprite 2D also has a warning here. It says it needs sprite frames for it to be, a sprite that's animated. So we need to go into the inspector and we need to make a new sprite frames resource by clicking on this empty box here. Then it shows new sprite frames. You click on it. And then to edit the sprite frames, you can click on this again. Our player is going to have, I believe, 3 animations. So we can make new animations in this module that opened up from this button on the top left of the module. It's like a paper sheet with a plus on it. We're going to make 2 animations there. So we have 3 here. The default, the new animation, and the new animation 1. We're going to rename these new animations to run and to jump. Then we have to set up the animations, so something is actually displayed. So to add animation frames to this animation, you're going to click on this Add Frames from a Sprite Sheet button, which is this grid design button. Then you're going to go to your sprites folder here, click on tilemap.png. The editor here is going to open up. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. Now, I know this off the top of my head, that this sprite sheet has 10 frames horizontally and 6 vertically, and that there is a 1 pixel separation between them. So you can change all of those things from the menu on the right here. And then we were editing the defaults or the idle animation of our player. So we're gonna just make that this one where he's just kind of standing there. So we're gonna press the Add 1 Frames button, and that's our idle animation. So if we zoom in on this guy now, you're gonna see that he's quite blurry. That's not very nice. So we're gonna go to Project here, Project Settings from the toolbar. That's gonna open up a new window. Then, what was it? Textures. Rendering textures in this menu here. You're gonna change the default texture filter of canvas textures to nearest. And that should fix our problem. Yes, now our pixel art is nice and crisp, which is how we like it. Okay, so now we can make the other 2 animations. The same workflow as before, so I'm gonna zoom in here again. So this was jump, so I'm gonna select the one where our little character, our little blue bunny is in the air with his epic orange gun, I think, or red, I don't know. That's that animation. It's not very animated because it has 1 frame, but our running animation does actually have multiple frames. So let's go to that. We're gonna select both of these. You can just do that by dragging along both of those. Press add 2 frames. Now if I go here in the animations frame section and I click on this please select the animation from start button, you know, our little guy is gonna be running. I think this animation is pretty slow, so I'm gonna raise its animation speed from the thing on the left here. I'm gonna put it to 10. And now he's going quite fast. But now we should get to that collision shape. So we're gonna make a new collision shape 2D node for this. About collision shapes, Godot has a variety of physics-related nodes, right? And they all share this collision shapes system. So it's modular. Yeah. Okay, so collision shape 2D is gonna give a collision shape to this physics node, the character body 2D that we created. Okay, then we're gonna go to the inspector. We're gonna make it a shape from this button here again, where it says empty. We're gonna give it a rectangle shape, a new rectangle shape, 2D. It's quite big here, but you can click on this again. We're gonna set it to, I don't remember, 12? Let's make it 10. 10 looks right. And 10 and 14. Now, his feet are sticking out from the collision shape, so we're gonna have to change its position here to 1 on the Y there, so 1 pixel off. Then we can save this as player.tscn. Then we can make a script for the player. Make sure that you have the template again. Okay, so the template here has lots of interesting things written in it related to physics code. So there's a bunch of constants. Constants are declared with the const keyword. Constants are just unchangeable variables, I suppose. So we have a speed here and we have a jump velocity. This uses the physics process function, which is called exactly 60 times per second, compared to the normal process function, which is called as often as possible, you know, whenever the game renders. But physics process is always 60 times per second. So let's delve into this code here. So the first line in the physics process is if not is on floor. So is on floor function returns a Boolean value, you know, if your character is touching the floor. So this means if the character is in the air. And if the character is in the air, then it gets gravity added to it here. Then, okay, you know what? I did this a different way in my materials. Okay, whatever. I'll just wing it. So I don't actually like this template. So I'm gonna make my own. We're gonna use the process function because that's what we learned about, but realistically for physics bodies, you should use the physics process function, but here we're just gonna use process because that's what we know and that's easier for us right now. We're gonna write pass here because actually we need to set up a couple things first. We need to go to project settings from the toolbar once again. Then we're gonna go to the input map tab here, where we can create the actions. Now, if you played games, you might want to change your keybinds sometimes. You find the default control scheme kind of inconvenient, uncomfortable, or you want to use a controller. This is where you set all that up from. So we're gonna add a new action from this. We're gonna write an action name here. So we're gonna make move right. We're gonna press enter, that will add it. We're gonna make a move left, press enter, and that will add it. We're gonna make a jump. We're gonna make a shoot. Then these actions are now created, but we need to add keys that will trigger these actions. So you press the plus button next to the action name here. We're making move right here, so I'm gonna press the right arrow key, and then I'm gonna press OK here. Then for move left, left arrow key. For jump, I'm gonna use the Z key, and for shooting, I'm gonna use the X key. Okay, then we can use these actions to make our player move now. So for movement, character body 2D nodes use a velocity variable, which is the speed of the character body, with also a direction vector added to it. So velocity is important. Okay, so we're gonna write if input with a capital first letter there is action pressed. We're gonna press enter because Godot provides autocomplete for us. If input is action pressed, move left. How to make character not blurry? You made the character not blurry from project settings. Then in this general tab here, I wrote texture into the search bar. So texture, that showed me the rendering part here. I went to textures. Then under canvas textures, I set the default texture filter to nearest. Earlier it was linear, but now I set it to nearest, and that fixed it, the blurriness issue. I hope you got that. Okay, so our movement. So if input is action pressed, move left. We're gonna change velocity.x. We're gonna make it minus 200. And we're gonna do the same thing for moving right. So if input is action pressed, move right. Velocity.x is set to positive 200. So here I set it to negative because we're moving left. For positive, we're moving right. And but just changing the velocity variable doesn't actually move the character. We also need to call the move and slide function at the end of that. And then if I now I run this current scene from this button here, then well, it's quite tiny, but you can see our character in the top left there. And he's just moving around now on the top. But we don't want him to just be out of sight like that, so we're gonna add a camera 2D as a child node to that. That is gonna make it so we our player is always centered on the screen. So we're gonna change the camera zoom property to 4. So there's a quadruple zoom and we actually, see the character there. So there's our guy now, if we run the scene again. But if you noticed, if you ran the scene and you just press the key and then you let go of it, then the character kept moving. To change that, we need to set velocity to 0 here first. So, well, it's not going to be visible now because we have a camera tracking us, but that fixes that problem. Okay, so let's make a speed export variable for this character. So we're gonna write export range, and we're gonna call it speed. We're gonna make it a float type of variable with a default value of like 200. But export range wants some arguments for it. So in here, we're going to write 0, 500, and that's it. That makes it so in the inspector here, we have this numeric variable. It's constrained within this 0 to 500 range whenever we set it. Because, well, if your speed is negative, that's kind of weird. And we're also going to declare a direction variable, which is going to have a default value of 1. 1 meaning that the player will go right, -1 means that the player will go left, and 0 will mean that the player isn't moving at all. So now we're going to use those direction variables and the speed that we just made. We're going to delete that movement code that we just wrote, but we can leave movement slide here. So we're gonna set direction here as the first thing. We're gonna use the input.getAxis function. GetAxis pretty much compares the action strength of 2 actions. So our negative action here is move left, and our positive action is move right. Again, since left was -1 on the direction and +1 was right, then that's the explanation for GetAxis. And then we can just write velocity.x equals speed times direction. And that will make sure that if we aren't pressing any movement keys, then our character stops moving. And that is a much shorter movement script than we had before. Well, again, we have the camera here, so that's not going to be visible, but that's that. Next, we would like to add jumping to our character, but for that we need to make a ground for the player to stand on. So we're going to make a tile map layer. Now it's going to offer you tile map at first, but that's a deprecated node, so we're going to use tile map layer. And we're going to rename it to level, the same way we renamed the player. We're going to save this immediately. And we're going to go to the inspector. and we're gonna set its tile set. We're gonna make it a new tile set. And then if you open this tile set here and you go to the tile set module on the modules bar, then press this plus button here, and Atlas. Then we're going to select our tile map. I think we're going to press yes, but it's going to not know what the separation is. Okay, so we're going to select the tiles that we want for our level here. As you can see on the sprite sheet, everything is pretty much the same color as the sky here, which is this sort of like, I don't know, light beige or something. So we're going to select all, they're all automatically selected if you did the same process as me. Never mind. Then we're going to go to the inspector. Under physics layers here, we're going to add element. We can leave these like that. Then we go to the paint tab on the tile set module here. We're going to select the physics layer 0 property under there. And we're going to click on the tiles in this sprite sheet that we want to be ground tiles, which is going to give them the collision shape. So I want these ones. Oh, not that one, but that's okay. Okay, so those are our collidable level tiles. The rest are like sky and decoration tiles. So now, if you go to the tile map module, which is separate from tile set, and you select some tiles here that you want to paint in the scene, I can just do that now. And that's how we are going to make a level right now. But we're going to need to make a main scene now for our player and level to go into. So we are finally using the scenes, or reusing them rather. So we're going to drag the level here, or you can press Control, Shift, and A, which is going to bring up the, the scene instantiation menu here. This is new, apparently. New design on that. We're going to rename this Node 2D to main, because it's our main scene. If we zoom in, you can see our player is here. We need to make him a pretty little level that he can frolic around in. He is a rabbit. That's what they do. So I'm gonna make a quick level. It's gonna be probably pretty ugly, but that's okay. And then I'm gonna add some sky things here, some clouds, make it beautiful, really. Oh, that's the wrong tile, that's a grass tile. And for painting your level, there's also different tools here. Now I'm going to use the bucket tool to fill in this square that I made. And then I'm going to press the run project, which is going to ask again for me to select a main scene. Now our character is in this scene, and you can move him around. Well, he doesn't have any gravity because we didn't make that for him. But he moves around now, and you can see that he actually does move. It's just the same way that we wrote his code. So now we're going to teach our character how to jump and how to feel gravity. That's a strange sentence to say, but I'm gonna make a new variable for the gravity. I'm gonna set the gravity to 25, which is pixels per second. All of these speed values and all, the gravity is pixels per second. So if you set the velocity.x here to 200, I believe I set it to, then that is pixels per second. So the character is going to be able to move 200 pixels per second. Okay, so we are going to use if input is action just pressed. And we want that to use the jump action because we want to make our character jump. We're going to write velocity.y equals, we need a new variable for the jump force. We're going to make that pretty much similar. We're going to set its power to like 500. You can set it to whatever you want, but 500 is going to be quite visible on this screen. So velocity.y equals minus jump force. Minus jump force because on your in your game window, like down on your screen is like the positive y direction and up is the negative y direction. So, you know, we want to make it jump, so we want to make him go in the negative y direction for a little bit. But if we run the main scene now and we press jump, our character is gonna kind of just blast off into space because we're not using the gravity yet. So if you think about it, gravity is like a constant force on the player, a constant force that's pushing him down, while the jump is a one-time force that eventually the gravity pushes against enough and then the player lands back down on the ground. So we're gonna write here under the velocity x line, we're gonna make a new line where we apply the gravity constantly. And now, if we run our scene, our little guy has a really high jump, but now he can fall, and now he can jump, and now he can move around. So, that is great. Next, we need for our character to be able to shoot bullets, because, well, we call their game Mega Shooter. You know, we're gonna shoot some enemies. I don't know if we're gonna get to the enemies part, where we are gonna try to shoot bullets out of our big epic gun. Okay, so the bullet is also gonna be of the character body 2D type. So make a character body 2D node here. The bullet isn't animated in the same way that the player was, so we are going to use a simple sprite 2D instead of an animated sprite 2D. But they are fairly similar in their workflow, but you know, for sprite 2D you just set its texture and you don't have to worry about animations, although you can animate them as well, but we're not going to delve into that here. So we're going to press on the empty here on the texture, and we're going to make a new atlas texture, which is, you know, going to let us crop out a part of our big tilemap.png that we have in the sprites folder. So we open that up, then under atlas here we have to, now you can press quick load, which is going to show us the tilemap.png. Now it's loaded here, but we're going to need to select the exact bullet sprite here. I'm going to set snap mode to grid snap, and I'm gonna do the same thing that we did earlier. The step between these tiles on the tile sheet or sprite sheet is 16 pixels, and they have a 1 pixel separation. And this is our bullet here, this little line. So now, since these sprites are very small, I need to zoom in constantly. I'm going to rename this character body 2D to bullet then, and then I will save that scene with Control S and enter. And now we can make a collision shape again for the bullet here. We're going to use a rectangle shape like before. We're going to set its X value to, I'm not sure, 14, 12? Yes, 12 is pretty good. Then let's try 8. Let's try 6. Yes, okay. So the rectangle is 12 by 6 pixels large. Then I need to tell you guys about actually collision layers. I forgot to talk about that. Okay, so I went back to the player scene. We're gonna look in the inspector under the character body 2D section here. And we're gonna open up collision, or no, we're gonna go to collision object 2D and we're gonna look at collision. You're gonna see that the player's node here is on the first physics layer. Massive tooltip, thank you. So you can see that the player is on the first physics layer, and that its mask is also on the first physics layer, which means that it detects the ground, because our ground is on the first physics layer. So we're actually gonna set Okay, anyway, physics layers, fun stuff. I set it to layer 2 here. We can also change their names from the project settings here again. So we're gonna write in layer here, and then you scroll down a little bit to the physics section here under layer names. Layer 1 we're gonna call level. Layer 2 we're gonna call player. Layer 3 we're gonna call actually enemy. Although I believe we will not make it to enemies because we have time constraints. And layer 4 we'll call projectile, which is what our bullet is going to be. So now our player is on the player layer and it detects the level layer. The tile map that we created is on the level layer, and it detects itself, but it doesn't really need to. This doesn't matter, but that's whatever. Our bullet is gonna go on the 4th layer, projectile layer, because it's a projectile that our player shoots, and it's gonna detect only the level right now because we are gonna make its hitbox a little bit differently. We're going to use another node for that. But first, let's make it actually shootable. So let's make a new script, bullet.gd. I do not like that template, like we established. So I'm going to make it a fairly similar structure to the player. It's going to have a speed again. But our bullet does not have a gravity because, it flies in a straight line, it's a bullet. So we don't need to declare a gravity for it, but we do need to declare a direction for it, which is, again, a float type variable. Then we're we're gonna make the ready function. We're gonna write pass here actually, because we need to declare an export variable for the sprite 2D that we added, because we want to flip the bullet depending on the direction that it's shot in. So we're gonna make an export variable called sprite here, which is of the type sprite 2D. And in the ready function, we're gonna write sprite.fliph, and if the direction is less than 0, aka it's to the left, then the bullet needs to be flipped. Because if you look here in the scene, well, it's not very visible, but if you look here in the scene, it's going to the right. So we flip it if it's going to the left, then the sprite will look correct. But then we need to make a process function again for actually moving the bullet. And the bullet's movement script is a little bit easier. It doesn't move according to the player input, it just moves. So we are just gonna set its velocity.x here to direction times speed. We're gonna write movement slide, but we want our bullet to disappear, once it hits a wall, right? So to do that, we need to check if it's in contact with a wall. If you remember from the template earlier, it had a isOnFloor function, which checks if the physics node is in contact with the floor. So there's also isOnWall, which we're going to use for this bullet because the bullet flies in a straight line, so it can only fly against the wall. So I'm going to write if is on wall, and then if this node is in contact with the fall, I'm going to queue free. Queue free means that, free means that this node will get deleted, and queue free means that it's going to get queued for this, because freeing is, I believe, a sort of awkward operation for Godot, so it needs to be queued, or that's how the engine prefers it, rather. I don't really have a great explanation for that, but we will write queue free here, which will delete this bullet when it comes in contact with the wall then. But before we make this player shoot the bullet, we need to assign the sprite a value here in the inspector. And we're also going to set character body 2D's motion mode here to floating, which is going to report all of its collisions as wall collisions. You can also use motion mode floating when you're making like a top-down game, because then you don't have like gravity and stuff that matters like that. Okay. Then we are gonna go back to the player. Actually, did I set? Okay, yes, I set the collision layers. Make sure you have yours set. That's an error that I run into quite often. Just forget to do a little thing in the inspector. Okay, so our player wants to shoot this bullet. How are we gonna do that? Well, we know how to get the input thing going. If input is action just pressed, and now we write in shoot here. But what are we gonna do now? Well, now we're gonna use signals again. We're gonna make our own signal called shot projectile. You make your own signal with the signal keyword and then the name of your signal. With this signal, we're also gonna pass along a position, which is going to be of the vector2 type, because it's a vector in 2D space, and a direction, which is also going to be, no, a direction is going to be float, right? Because our directions are floats. Now our player needs to emit this shot projectile signal to the main scene. It's going to do that. So how do we make it emit this signal? We're going to write shot projectile dot emit, and then in the parentheses here, we're going to write the two arguments that we have. So we're going to write in global position because positions are relative to their parent node. So, okay, well, in this case, actually, it doesn't matter, but the player has its own position, the animated sprite has its own position, all of these nodes have their own positions, and they're all relative to their parent nodes. So if I move the camera's position here to, like, I don't know, 10 pixels, then, you know, it's always going to be in front of it. But if I ask the camera for its position, it's going to tell me 10, even though in the, you know, grand scheme of things, it's actually not at x10. So to know its like actual global position in the grand scheme of things, like I said, then we need to use the global position. So we're going to emit the global position, and we're going to emit the player's direction. Yeah. Then we're going to go to the main scene again. Now the main scene is going to need a script. So we're going to make a main.gd. Main.gd is going to have not much in it actually. But now we go to the player that we created here. We're going to go to its signals, you know, next to the inspector tab. There's the node tab. We're going to click on node there. Shot projectile here. We're going to connect the player's shot projectile signal to the main scene now. Now it's connected to its script. Then we need to instantiate a bullet. For that, we are going to load the bullet's scene in, so to say. So I'm going to make a new constant called bullet scene in capital letters, because that's sort of the standard for constants in GD script. Now our scenes are saved as a packed scene, or in the editor, there's the packed scene type for them. And we're going to use the preload function, and we're going to write our bullet scenes path into it. So this line. So preload is going to make it so the scene gets loaded as the main scene is instantiated. And this is the path of our bullets scene here. They are saved with TSCN file extensions. So now we can instantiate our bullet. So we're going to write var bullet, because we're going to make it a local variable of this function here. We're going to write bullet scene dot instantiate. And now for this bullet, we need to set its global position to the position that it receives from this function. And also its direction, same way. And then we are going to add it as a child of this scene. So we're going to add child bullet. And now, if we run this scene, player should be able to shoot. Our player doesn't rotate along with the bullets, but I can shoot them now. Now, if I'm not moving and I press the shooting button, they don't move along with me. So we are gonna fix that by going to the player script. I'm gonna close the output module here to see more of the script. We're gonna make a new, we're gonna change the way we deal with the direction a little bit. We're gonna make a new variable for direction input, which we are gonna set to 1.0 again. And then instead of setting direction here, we set direction input to get access, because if you think about it, direction shouldn't be able to be 0. So that's what we're trying to fix here, because when our direction was 0, the bullet's direction was also 0, and since our velocity is speed multiplied by direction, you multiply something with 0, your answer is 0. So that's why our bullets were not moving. Okay, so now we need to actually get the direction here. So if direction input is not 0, then direction is going to be sign F of direction input. Okay, so what these two lines mean. Okay, so direction input, since it can be between -1 and 1, and it can also be 0, which we didn't like, we make sure that direction input isn't 0, and when it's not 0, we set our actual direction to sign F of the direction input. What is sign F? Sign F, well, just takes the, I suppose, sign of the variable, of the number. So if our direction input is a positive value, then it's going to be 1. If it's a negative value, it's going to be 0. Or no, it's going to be -1, my mistake. And if direction input was 0, which is a case that we just eliminated here with the if statement, then our direction would be 0, but it's not. So that should fix our little bug here. But we need to change things around a little bit. While the bullet needs to know our accurate actual direction, our velocity.x calculation needs to use direction input to make sure that we aren't in constant motion like before. And now if I move left, I shoot bullets to the left. If I move right, I move bullets to the right. If I'm not in movement, it doesn't matter, because I still shoot to the direction that I'm actually facing. But let's make our player also face in the actual direction that it's moving in. So let's make a new export variable for its animated sprite. So we're going to call it animated _ sprite. It's of the animated sprite type. And we're going to go to the inspector again. We're going to make sure the player root node is selected there. And we're going to press animated sprite. We're going to assign that. And now, since we have an accurate direction here, we're just going to animated sprite dot flip h, same way we did it with the bullet. If the direction is less than 0, aka it's to the left, then the character faces left. And yay, now he does that. But we also made animations. Let's set those up real quick as well. But let's make a new function for animation. We're going to call it animate sprite. Let's check what animations we had. Okay, there's one for just standing around. That's called default. There's one for jumping. There's one for running. Okay, so I want to close this. There we go. Okay, so we have a default, we have a run, and we have a jump. Okay, so let's think about the logic here. So if our player is not on the floor, okay, our player is in midair, then the player is probably jumping. So we're gonna make the animated sprite play the jump animation. Okay, then if direction input is not 0, or we're gonna make an elif, which is else if, but it's just Godot style. So elif direction input is not 0, then we're gonna play the run animation, because that means that we have direction input. That means our character is moving around. And at the end of this, we're gonna write an else statement, animated sprite dot play default, because if our player is not jumping or running, then it's probably just idle. So we're going to play the default animation. And now if we run the script, oh wait, I forgot to call the function. We have the animate sprite function, but we need to call it in the process here. It doesn't run automatically. So I'm gonna do it before movement slide here. Now I'm gonna run the project. Yeah, our character runs around, our character jumps, our character shoots fairly slow moving bullets. Okay. So we have about 6 minutes left. So are there any questions about this again? What we made currently with the physics nodes, as much as we managed. Sure. You can ask right now. I believe there is a video player node that you can just, I'm assuming, put like your MP4 file or whatever into. I haven't used that myself, but I do believe there is that functionality, because you also need to have the capability to play audio, and it's a similar system if you think about it. What? I don't think so. I mean, there's shaders, but those are a little complex for just like editing your video, or like, well, you can apply like a filter with that, with shaders. But I would say no. Although this is not my area of expertise, so I may be wrong. Anyway, I'm not seeing any new questions in the chat, so since we are kind of coming up on the final few minutes here, I am gonna share the feedback form because I would like some feedback for this workshop. So it's a little Google form. I believe there were 10 questions, so it takes only really a couple minutes to answer. So I would love to get a couple answers. If you are interested in a not as improvised Estonian Godot material, then you will be able to provide your Discord username in the quiz. And then I will contact you, and then you can go through them and help me with my thesis, because I would really like that. And from the current feedback of my Godot materials, they were written quite well, so perhaps that is a better format than me speaking. But I hope everyone was able to learn a couple things about Godot here today, about its node system, about the signals, maybe even a little bit about the scripting. But yeah, we are kind of running out of time here. So, is there anything else I could do real quick? I sent it to the Discord, but here you go.
Just to understand the limitations or complexity. If I want to play the same game, but the input will be, let's say, voice command, is it extra complexity to implement in Godot environment? Just what I want is voice to jump, for example, with
I mean, I'm sure that's possible. I personally, again, I haven't done anything where you need to like use your microphone input for that, but I imagine that's totally possible, because I don't see why not. I believe there's some issues with like using your webcam, but again, I've stuck to basic like 2D games, like I showed earlier. There's a little game with the robot and the little puppy and the war tank machine. That's one of my bigger projects. But yeah, I guess that's all for me. So yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you, Taavi. Thank you for coming. Thank you for the workshop. Here's a gift from us as well. And let's make another applause for Taavi. So, all right now, your computer, you can take it. We have the big screen. Can we get a plug-in? We have some small things that we want to plug before we all let you go. First off, merch, if we can find it. If you look at the stream currently here in the, it's not possible in the on-site location right now. I will put the picture later on, but if you're looking at the stream right now, we still have a merch pre-order that closes tonight at 59 p.m. So be sure to check out the QR code. We have 2 t-shirts on sale. One is Gamer Tux and the other one is Game Jam Survivor. Every order supports and helps us make this event happen. So thank you everyone who already has ordered. And besides that, we also want to thank our sponsors as well. Very many cool companies, starting from the student organization under which we're organizing, and also Game Dev Estonia, Placeholder Gameworks, Talent Business Incubator, and everyone else. Red Bull we already saw. We had Red Bull people here. drinking Red Bull, and offering Red Bull for all the participants here so we could get it all going. And thank you all for making it to the end. Everyone who's on site, please join us at the main hall. We will have one last surprise. But other than that, thank you all for joining for TalTech GameCamp 2025. And we'll see you at the Game Jam. So have a nice day and goodbye.